Welcome to Mr. Podcast with Claude
and Justin.
Well, we are back to discuss Twin Peaks: The Return, Part 8, aka What the Fuck?
Got a light.
Got a light. I don't have a light, man, because I have a sneaking suspicion that the light you want is my soul, and I don't have one for you. I'm all out.
You can't just pull out a Bic and it would be cool. He'd let you go.
No. I think the light he wants is deep inside, and it burns eternal.
Oh no!
I mean, the first question I had about this dude was, why does he have a cigarette? Where is he getting a cigarette from? That's a question that the answer's in our hearts, I'm sure. But anyway, yeah, this is obviously by far, I think we can all agree. Is there any debate about this?
Oh, I hope so.
That this is the strangest episode of Twin Peaks yet.
I don't think anyone's going to debate that.
Remember when Major Briggs got kidnapped? And that was weird. Yeah. The Guardian on the Threshold. Wow, what was that about?
Ooh.
I mean, what else? Remember when Josie got trapped in that wood?
Ooh.
That's weird.
Ooh, spooky.
Yeah, spooky. Name anything.
I mean, the giant visitation. That was kind of weird.
Yeah.
With the waiter and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. The dream of the Red Room and
obviously the final episode. That long sequence. I mean, that was some weird stuff. Sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's strange. It's an interesting thing to kind of see the boundaries of storytelling on television be pushed in real time and really pushed into the cinematic world and beyond, I think.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, very cinematic this episode. Definitely the most cinematic episode so far.
Mm-hmm.
Of this show, or probably any show I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of weird shows, but nothing really kind of ever gets this close to it. And again, I remember when this season premiered, and I was like, wow. I feel bad for any TV writers who have to go to work tomorrow, because, what are you doing at your job? And so, and now we're light years past that.
The earlier stuff seems tame in comparison.
Yeah.
I mean, even you were talking about, Nido and American Girl and...
Yeah, I mean, Laura taking her face off.
Laura taking her face...
Evolution of the Arm.
Evolution of the Arm, yeah.
Yeah, all of that's pretty normal, pretty down to earth.
People Cooper Witness, the Dougie, it's all it's crazy enough. Major Briggs, his body time traveled. Whoa. I mean, that is crazy.
Yeah.
Compare to this.
Call me when you come out of a space bubble, out of intergalactic space woman. I don't know what's happening. It's weird. It's a weird
name
position.
Is Experiment.
Oh, is she the Experiment? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to. It took me a while to figure it out, but she was credited. It's the same actress. She was credited as Experiment Model in the first part.
Yeah.
She appears, in the box. I'm assuming because they used her as a model for a generated image, maybe a computer generated image or something. I'm guessing that's why they called her Experiment Model in that. But in this one, I think it's actually her in a costume. And so she gets credited as Experiment because I guess Experiment is the name of this figure.
Why?
I don't know.
Oh man, I mean, there were so many things that it was if it was just this, I would maybe could understand it, but it would go to her. If it was just Bob in a bubble, I think I could maybe sort of almost understand that. But Bob in a bubble coming out of Experiment. I don't know what that means, and the way it came out, I just don't get it.
Well, I don't know what it means either, really. And anyone who claims they do.
Is David Lynch or Mark Frost?
Yeah, exactly. But here's what I will say about this episode. I mean, aside from the fact that obviously it contains a lot of very surreal imagery.
Yeah, to
I
say
feel
the
like that's
least.
putting it mildly. Like I can't really do justice to what it is like to watch this episode. I mean, we're gonna recap it, and it's gonna be ridiculous compared to watching it. Please watch the episode. Don't just listen to us talk about it,
Mm-hmm.
because it's just not even close. But upon rewatch and kind of reflection, I mean, I felt the same way about Firewalk with Me, like which is also kind of strange,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
not as strange
Mm-hmm.
as this, but I think there are some nuggets of concrete information that we can get from this.
There's some
Uh,
concrete nuggets.
yeah, concrete nuggets that we didn't know before, and it's not 100% clear, what those nuggets are or what they mean, but it does like generate certain sequences of events and dependencies
Mm-hmm.
that that we didn't know before. So, like, for example, I mean, I don't think I talked about this maybe a lot or at all on the podcast, but I have been wondering from part one when we saw that thing in the box,
Mm-hmm.
attack Sam Colby and Tracy Barbarato. I was thinking, we also see Cooper fly through there after
Yeah.
he's ejected from the Black Lodge. I was thinking, like, what's the relationship between this figure and the Black Lodge?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure we learned that in this episode, but we did kind of learn what the relationship between that figure and Bob is.
Did we?
I think so.
What did we learn? Or what
I
do you
think
think we learned?
I think we learned that that creature vomited Bob.
I mean, that's what seems like it happened. That's what seems to have happened. Like in
I
his
mean, it doesn't have
words.
to be that, but I guess
But
that's like the most
I guess,
straightforward.
yeah, I guess my confusion, or it comes from the, the difference between, the sort of matter of fact, pragmatic things happening that the actions you can describe, the difference between that and their meaning, right? So yes, what we would consider vomit, substance emanating from the mouth,
Yeah.
came out of that entity, and there was a sphere that had the image of Bob on it.
Yeah.
But what does that mean that she vomited Bob? Is that the origin of Bob? Is that the Bob did not exist before that? Is she Bob's mother? Is that the mother that's
That is
banging
what
on the
I'm starting
door?
to assume, that's kind of the connection. That was the thing knocking. Like it starts to kind of make sense that perhaps she's the source of some of these figures that we've seen. Now, clearly not all of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, the Giant and Senorita Dido clearly existed independently of this experiment, and they react to the thing that she creates.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, at least some of them see. And the place of the Black Lodge, I mean, I'd say that's still up in the air because we didn't see the Black Lodge in this episode.
Yeah, for
So
sure. And it just, yeah, yeah. Oh, geez.
it's starting to seem like the Black Lodge itself is just kind of, in a way, like not that significant. Like
Yeah, well,
it's
clearly, I mean, that was sort of hinted at with the early stuff with the Purple Place. I think
yeah.
the idea that there's other places. We had this idea before. With the original series, this idea that Glastonbury Grove and the portal and opening to a portal, was sort of this intersection of our world and the Black Lodge / White Lodge / Red Room et al. And and then with this Cooper being sent into whatever. We get the sense, wow, okay, the universe is a bigger place. Like, what's going on in Twin Peaks is not even, a hill of beans, really, compared to potentially some of the other things that are happening in the multiverse or whatever. So yeah, you definitely get that sense that it's not, it's not about the Black Lodge per se, but we even though we're getting these other contexts to sort of put the Black Lodge and all these entities into, it's still not clear, I guess, what we're talking about, like how important it is, is Dale never going to go back to the Black Lodge? I mean, do we never see the Black Lodge again? I mean, I feel like we could in a way.
Except for the fact that it's it again, because they got like Mike in there, and
except for the fact, you're right, Mike. But I just mean the fact
evolution of the arm.
Yeah, but I mean they could show up other places. There's nothing preventing them from being in any other reality that we've seen.
Yeah, that's true.
As far as we know. So that's the thing. It's again, I might just say this on every podcast. But this idea that anything can happen is so precious, because that's what you want out of storytelling. You want surprises. Not every story, but some of the best stories. I think you want to be taken on a journey and not really know where you're going. And that's this whole show. In the most understated way I could probably say it. Because it just, every time you get new information about what's really going on, or, this whole flashback that's kind of happening, like the Giant would have never considered his world like this, even though they showed us apparently a portion of it before when Dale was there. Yeah. And these sort of artifices, this theater and the machine, the bell-shaped machine, and all these contraptions, and it's every time we get new information, it's not like, oh yeah, that's the kind of thing I thought it was. It's like never like that. The fact that we seemingly came back to the Purple Place, but we weren't at the same building we were at before. Right. Yeah. Like, that's crazy. I wouldn't have expected that. Like, oh, there's multiple locations in the Purple Place of note.
Apparently.
Oops, didn't think that.
Yeah.
So yeah, anyway, there's lots to really get into here. And, let me just say that I don't think anyone has captured anything like the essence of Stanley Kubrick than David Lynch did in this episode, in this part. The two biggest, I think, iconic images of Kubrick's work, two of the biggest, the bomb and the sort of space visualization, whatever you call that thing, rocketing.
Yeah, the voyage. There's a name for that sequence.
Yeah, there's a name for that.
Yeah, when he travels, Dave Bowman travels through the vortex and arrives in the hotel room.
Yeah, like, it's, we've seen people do montages like that, since 2001, and I've seen them be okay, I've seen them be interesting, but this kind of just was like back to like, oh, I haven't seen anything like this before. Doing something that's similar but completely different. But yeah, anyway, and I just thought, that especially that moment when the bomb goes off and we hear the classical music. I mean, that's so Kubrick,
Kubrick used that music, that exact music.
Makes sense.
In The Shining. So, and actually that music was specifically written for the victims of Hiroshima. So
interesting.
It was pretty appropriate. It's a classical piece by a composer called Penderecki. Yeah, I looked it up, but yeah, it definitely evokes Kubrick because he used it.
Yeah, and the black and white. Yeah, it's very, very interesting to see.
It's a pretty spectacular sequence. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I couldn't believe what was going on screen. It was just when they cut to 1945, and I
Yep.
think here's the thing, like it was like what?
Yeah, because we were talking about in the last podcast about flashbacks, right?
I know, I
And
know,
and
I know.
I really was not thinking we would really get like a real flashback. Like, okay, hey, here's something that happened before that's really important about what's going on, and then we cut back and we get the biggest flashback ever.
Yeah,
You
I know.
know, and you know, yeah, and you're just like, what? You know, my jaw was literally open, just completely dropped.
Yeah,
And it's you know because you have this huge tonal shift, you know, with everything in black and white, and you just get this extended sequence of, um, you know, there's no real words for it, but you know it in your heart.
yeah. I thought about that after the episode. I was like, God, I remember being so clear on like, oh, Lynch would never do
Mm-hmm.
flashbacks. It's like, oh, it's a whole flashback episode. Great. But not only is it all flashbacks, but it's like two distinct time periods of
Mm-hmm.
flashbacks. However, let me stand by and Lynch can prove me wrong in 2 weeks if he wants. But let me just say that what I stand by is that I don't think he'll do a flashback where he goes back to the time period of the original series and he recasts actors
Yes,
from that era.
I
That's
agree.
something I don't think he'll do.
No,
Like
yeah.
doing something like this, sure he can cast someone for this because this time's never been shown in Twin Peaks
Mm-hmm.
before.
Yeah.
So, it's totally fine to do something like this. But it is a little weird that this giant's older in 1945 than he is in 1990, but whatever.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, and I that's probably what David Lynch said. Whatever.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you just go with what you have.
Yeah, I think that, you know, kind of got ruined really, with Cooper's Dream, back in the original series, you know, when he has old makeup on
Yeah,
but Laura doesn't, you know, and
yeah.
it's kind of like, oh well, if you weren't, you know, you can't really make that happen 25 years later unless you do
Right.
CGI on her face,
Yeah,
you know. So
yeah.
I think, yeah, I think that kind of goes out the door, and it's totally fine. That, you know, again, we're not worthy. I mean, we keep increasingly, you know, we weren't like worthy at a certain level when it started, and now
Yeah.
it's just like we're so much more unworthy, I think, of
This was
just.
absolutely like the next level. This is really, I mean, I really feel like I can't say enough about it. This is
You
like
can't.
this is, and I've enjoyed the series a lot so far,
Yeah,
but this is pushed way beyond anything that this series has done so far.
correct.
Let alone any other series.
Also correct.
I mean,
I don't see how this show doesn't win all of the Emmys next year. I really
yeah,
think
yeah, yeah.
there's almost no way you can be a television professional who gets to vote on that thing and not give every category a nomination and in every category a win. I mean, I just don't see how you can do it, you know. And it's just really this like awe-inspiring, sort of testament to, the je ne sais quoi of, of art, you know, of
Yeah.
human, of the human, endeavor to communicate, experience. I mean, you know, one of the things, and what I mean by that, if I could be more
I feel like I
vague.
know what you mean,
Yeah,
but
right. Yeah, but like, you know, as a detail to that main idea, that you know, this idea that like this series, as we're getting it now, is we can all agree, right, is not what we would have gotten in the 90s.
Holy fucking shit,
We
no.
would not have.
Absolutely not.
So
On
so
ABC? Yeah,
yeah,
right.
exactly.
In 1991? Like, come on.
Exactly. So like this idea that like Lynch, and I'm including Mark Frost in this. He obviously has some integral part to play that I cannot discern, but I give him props where his props are due.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna credit Lynch with everything, but
I'm sure that he played a role in like some of the story line
mm-hmm,
here.
mm-hmm,
But I do think the visuals and the
yeah,
stylistic choices, the music. I know Mark Frost wasn't involved with any shooting or any post production,
mm-hmm.
so I mean
Okay,
I think
that's
it's
fair.
safe to give Lynch credit
Yeah,
for
that's why I'm
that
siding on
stuff.
the I'm erring on the side of Lynch here. But just
Yeah.
this idea that you can see the progression of an artist, 25
Oh
years,
yeah.
because he hadn't made some of his best movies by the when Twin Peaks was on. He
True.
hadn't made those yet.
True.
And got to grow as a storyteller and a director and everything. And so I feel like we're part of this feeling that I have of being unworthy is that kind of thing of like having this artist develop their voice for 40 or 50 years or whatever, or it's more like 40 years or something. And then to kind of like give it to us in this display like this, where it's almost like, here's everything I know about what I know, you know what I mean, like here's all my tricks, here's me playing at the highest of my intelligence and the highest of my intuition, and I'm like holding nothing back, and it's like it's Laura taking her face off, it's David Lynch taking his face
Yeah.
off, and like this is what's inside of me, and he already had incredible things inside of him, back in the day, and so to
Yeah.
have this,
Yeah.
this the depiction of this sort of obvious growth, and honing of talent, and ideas and imagery and all and like everything. It's just really incredible, and the fact that it's a TV show, is strange. And I
Yeah.
expect things like this from like Matthew Barney,
Oh yeah,
where it's like,
definitely.
okay, great, this is clearly an art
Art
film.
cinema, yeah.
Yeah, this is a specific kind of thing. But yeah, it's strange to have a TV show cross into that and to be just as interesting and more than any of that kind of stuff that is like setting out to be that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And also just that idea that like Firewalk with Me was booed at Cannes, back in the 90s,
Indeed.
and then he got a ridiculously long standing ovation for the new Twin Peaks. And I
Yeah.
really think as an artist, you couldn't ask for anything better than that. To have your work, and really the same, type of work, reach the zenith and nadir of critical, response. He's gone from top to bottom. That's not everyone can say that. Even if
Yeah.
like everyone loves your stuff, that's great. But how? What does it do to you when everyone hates your stuff?
Right.
Even if that doesn't affect you in sort of the way you create your stuff, but it's just interesting. So to have that kind of like that spectrum of response to his work, plus the sort of growth as an artist is just really incredible to watch. And yeah, I could just talk about how awesome this is without ever talking about what it is we saw. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's parts in here that remind me a little bit of Eraserhead.
Oh yeah, that's the thing.
I
Like, yeah, it's the whole
it's reaching
apotheosis.
back.
Like,
You're right. It's the progression. I think there is also a progression of TV that TV could actually reach a place where
mm-hmm,
this could be on TV. I mean, because I do think that was unthinkable. I mean, certainly. I mean, cable TV wasn't even a thing when the original show was on,
mm-hmm,
and the idea that this would be on ABC was laughable. And even, I mean, um, you know, even for cable TV, I mean, this is really pushing it. Like, even for the things people call like,
Mm-hmm.
the golden age of TV or whatever, the peak TV, stuff like that,
Yeah.
like this is way beyond that. But I do think like it helped that that TV kind of pushed at least somewhat more in the
Mm-hmm.
direction of being able to do more interesting and strange things. Um, and I think the other thing that I was thinking about is like, not to say the earlier parts didn't show this too, because they did, but I think in this one it was 100% clear that Lynch, he still has it, if you will. Like
Oh man. Oh
he hasn't
geez.
just
He's
like
got more of it.
he's 70 years old and he can still do like
The best stuff he's ever done.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's Inland Empire was like kind of a concern. Like, did he just like has he
Mm-hmm.
just gone off the deep end into this like weird? Not that it didn't have its moments, but this was way more I don't know, like enthralling and coherent than that was.
Yeah, and
You
actually that's an
know.
interesting point, right? Is as crazy and strange and groundbreaking as some of this stuff is in this series, there's it's still tethered to a certain type of coherence.
Yeah. It's
You
not.
know what I mean? Yeah, it's not like Inland Empire where there's great parts, but that's because there's a billion parts and they're all over the place.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, law of averages, you're going to get something interesting because you're just like, throwing things on the wall and seeing what sticks.
Yeah.
Versus this seems
I think that's
really.
literally what he did.
Yeah, that is literally what he's like. I got a camera and an actress. I'm gonna go out and shoot some stuff,
Yeah.
and I love my digital, but yeah, I mean,
Pancakes.
low lighting is perfect. Yeah, and it's like just yeah, I don't know. I'm babbling.
It's nice to have high quality like imagery,
Mm-hmm.
too. Like to use, he's using digital, but like the nice digital, not the like
Yes,
shitty,
he
grainy.
loved that bad digital camera back in the day. He even said like, yeah, the quality's not good, but he just liked it.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I much prefer this.
mhm.
It's a lot better to look at. And he's definitely making use of a lot of strange effects. I don't know how we achieved a lot of the stuff we're seeing in this episode. Like I don't know what we're looking at sometimes.
I
Like
agree,
what is that stuff?
that's one problem. But how do you even communicate to somebody what you are trying to do? Okay,
Right.
so imagine dots flying across the screen, hitting each other into perfect oblivion. And they go, "Oh, okay, sure, David. I know. I can create that effect." Or what? It's like Pong, but a billion Pongs.
A billion paws. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's very strange, and the imagery in this part called into question, exactly what we were seeing, in what part 3 when he goes to the purple place, and there's that
Yeah.
there's that purple pinkish nebulous fluid that the camera that flies in, like that's kind of like okay, it was one of those things you kind of sort of intuited like what that might be, but like now this is a more context to like that idea.
Yeah, definitely.
And I thought, we were talking before about Bob and where he might have been created and all this stuff. Mother and what that might mean, like the what is a mother, in sort of an abstract form. But yeah, I guess I never really thought we were really. I guess I'm so used to thinking in Damon Lindelof type stories, and I kind of just like thought we would never really get the origin of Bob, in terms of like, okay, here's where Bob came from. I always just was like, he's been around for a long enough time that it doesn't even matter, that it's not really that he's, these spirits or these fundamental forces that defy sort of explanation or maybe the need for their, origin or something. But clearly not.
No.
clearly
It
that
was
is important.
1945.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, that's crazy. And it's just like, and I guess, my ideas were skewed by the owl cave painting. I'm like, well, if that painting
Yeah,
is, hundreds of years old or whatever, then that's how old these entities are, at least.
yeah.
Well, not Bob.
Not Bob though.
And God, I mean, it makes you reevaluate all the stuff with Mike.
True.
The whole idea that Bob was this like rogue agent. You
Yeah,
get that sense from Fire Walk with Me. You stole the
yeah,
Garmonbozia. And like he
yeah.
was doing things that like the rest of them weren't doing. Even in the
Right.
convenience store. They're all kind of sitting there while he's being counseled by the man from another place,
Yeah.
and that so you think, oh, they're all, is it like a pantheon of entities or something? Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many questions you could ask just by Bob being in a bubble coming from the experiment's vomit. Um,
Indeed. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Lindelof because I was gonna say this is like the across the sea
yes, I was thinking that too.
for Twin Peaks. Like,
Hmm.
and the difference could not be more dramatic. I
Yeah.
mean, this is such a good illustration of like what I've tried to convey several times on the podcast. But I think like if you've watched Lost and you watch this episode, then I think you can get the clearest idea of what I had in mind. Like, so of course I hadn't seen this when I originally saw Lost, but going in, I mean, I remember people saying like, "Oh, this show's like weird. It's like Twin Peaks,
Mm-hmm.
And if you watch like the surreal sequences in that, where like weird stuff happens, dream sequences, stuff like that, compare it to what you're watching in this episode, and I think you can get an idea of why I was disappointed initially, because like
Mm-hmm.
what this episode and like I mean most of the stuff he's done is like this too, but I mean this is just super dramatic illustration of the fact that it's not that no one else does anything good, but uh,
Mm-hmm.
David Lynch, the stuff he does is something that really only he can do.
Yep. Yep.
And it's just that personal.
Yeah,
um
and that's why it's so attractive to watch. I mean, that's
yeah,
what we want out of any storyteller, is the storyteller's voice, and the more distinct, the better.
yeah.
I mean, that's where how Hollywood is run. We want this person to write this thing because it'll be this way. We get this director to do this thing because it'll be this way. And that's all you try to do as an artist. Literally, that's all you're trying to do is hone your voice and communicate your ideas. And yeah, he's able to do that with such aplomb.
Yeah, and if you look at those dream sequences in Lost or in Leftovers, or just take any show with dream sequences or with
Mm-hmm.
surreal sequences, look at American Gods. I mean, look at like
Mm-hmm.
anything that's like trying to kind of push the boundaries of strangeness
Yeah.
on TV, and you just it just seems so mild and watered down
Mm-hmm.
and like very simplistic and straightforward
Yep.
and like direct and also just strangely unimaginative. Like
Mm-hmm. By comparison, yeah.
yeah, by comparison, like I'm amazed at how much seems to be there when David Lynch gets his hands on stuff like this, and
Mm-hmm.
it just makes me wish other people wouldn't try to do stuff like that. I mean, Kubrick definitely had a grasp on things along those lines. It's not like
Mm-hmm.
he's the only one, but he's the only one who can do it in this particular way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think he's
It's.
the only one who's really effectively done it on TV.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that. I'm just looking at the part, and Bob is in Mr. C's stomach. Just
Oh
wanted
yeah, we'll
to
have to talk about
just
that.
wanted to mention. Just
That's
wanted to mention.
yeah, that's like the normal part of the episode.
Yeah, yeah. And it's the normal part got infiltrated with the strangeness.
The normal part is so strange, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it was kind of a sneak preview for
Yeah,
where we were
it
going.
could have ended there.
Yeah,
When Ray shoots Mr. C and the woodsmen come out and they do whatever they do. my jaws dropped wide open, and I'm like, "Holy crap! What's happening?" That could have been the high point. It could have gone downhill back to Normalsville after that, and I still would have thought this was a great part.
Absolutely.
And it just that was like first gear.
Yeah.
Yeah, if the engine was even on yet,
I know.
like,
I know. I had no idea. Oh, that was the other thing I was gonna say. So when they cut to 1945,
mm-hmm.
I got nervous because of the book. Because of all those like Dougie Milford, like Alien, X-Files,
Mm-hmm.
like things in there, all that stuff. Like I was like, oh God, because a cut to 1945, like just in the abstract, a cut to 1945, atomic bomb test,
Yeah.
Creature descending on a small town, a bug crawling inside somebody. I mean, if you just say all that, like that could be on X-Files.
For sure.
It wouldn't be anything like this though. And that really shows like the difference. It's all about how you present the thing,
mm-hmm.
And this didn't feel remotely like the X-Files, even though it has elements that absolutely could have been on the X-Files.
Yeah, and I think part of that feeling is you're never grounded in anything.
Yeah,
you don't know where you're coming from. You don't know where you're going. And it's interesting to have that feeling within the context of like an historical event, or this idea that we know we know nuclear bombs were tested and dropped on cities. So, and you just still are like, what's going on, and then we zoom into it. And things and I'm like, I've never seen that. I've never, ever, ever. I've watched a lot of movies and TV. I have never seen the camera zoom into a nuclear explosion. How have I never seen that?
Yeah.
And then you get, and then and the rest of this stuff, it's so interesting. And David Lynch is right, and that's why his stuff works. Is you just intuit what's happening, and you get the sense of what you're watching without ever really knowing. It's like tapping into your like limbic brain or something. Almost like it's like pre-verbal or something. You can't quite. You can take it in and process it, but you can't really reiterate.
Like you're a baby just trying to understand the universe.
Exactly. That's really... a good yes. It's like you're a baby trying to understand the universe for 20 minutes.
That actually sounds accurate.
That's a direct quote. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, so yeah, it's one thing to be able to imagine this stuff. It's another thing to actually communicate it to professionals who have to help you make it.
Yeah, because clearly he didn't do it alone. I mean, lots of people were involved. He had to somehow make this get realized.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then it's another thing to like, do all that and have it be good and interesting.
Yeah.
And there's just so many levels here. And I really don't know a lot of people who are watching Twin Peaks. And I feel bad in a way because there's no way I can really, and I've tried to communicate like what it's, I don't even know what I'm trying to communicate. Like, I guess the importance of this show is really the general gist that, like, whether you like Twin Peaks or not, it's like you should be watching this. Because it's completely unlike, even if you don't care about it in the end, like, it's like, it just should be like required viewing so you understand the capabilities of storytelling and television, so it's really, and you do have to go through 2 seasons that has its ups and downs, and you got to go through Fire Walk with Me, which is, for a long time I felt was very impenetrable, and then like really rewatching the original series and Fire Walk with Me sort of in concert, and The Missing Pieces, it like dawned on me, okay, I kind of have a handle on this, you know. It's the same, I think, process we kind of went through with other Lynch works, you know, with like Lost Highway,
Yeah.
Mulholland Drive, where
Yeah.
you couldn't really tell people what was happening, but now, you know, after you think about it for a long time and come up with ideas and, you know, podcast about it, you
That
do
always
get
helps.
a sort of underlying sense of what's going on and the main idea, which is really helpful. And it's not like, oh, this is just random nonsense. It's like, no, okay, I get the story. I get what's happening here. And there's crazy stuff on top, but the foundation, there is a logical sort of story happening.
And I think that's true of Eraserhead too. Like, I think that is a central thing about Lynch in general, and you know, and maybe that was part of the problem with Inland Empire, that it kind of lost this to some degree, even though it tried to ground something in some kind of narrative. But generally, like, yeah, there is. It's not something you can always completely pin down. It's not that you can explain everything that you see on screen. It's not like, you know, oh, whatever, the convenience store symbolizes like the downfall of America. You know, like, it's not direct like that, but there is like a story there, you know, in pretty much everything. And if you spend the time and you kind of watch it and you think about it, you know, you won't necessarily agree on every interpretation, but I think you will mostly get like the same general idea of a narrative happening. And that's absolutely happening here, even though, like, you know, there's a lot of craziness, but yeah, it's not just here's some cool visuals and some music to go with it. You know, it's not just a pure abstract experience.
Yeah.
You know, and it also ties in very concretely and directly with you know, Twin Peaks mythology. So in ways that we understand now, and maybe in ways that we'll understand better later.
Yeah.
Because some of it's not 100% clear. But yeah, an origin story for Bob. I mean, I think that's, you know, I didn't know that was on the table either.
No idea.
That's crazy, you know.
And it's such a great way to keep Frank Silva relevant in the story, because he can depict him in this way that he can, you know, never age and still be there, you know, and it's still in keeping with the Lynch visual style. You know, he loves that, and it's very like cheesy in a way, you know, a lot, not necessarily in this part, but in general, David Lynch has a bag of tricks with effects that can look very cheesy, but they still emote an idea, so they
putting
work.
Faces on things.
So faces on things, you know, where it doesn't look realistic in a way, but it looks like something, you know, so you kind of get it. But so it was, so yeah, it's very cool to be able to have Bob sort of in this part, and have, you know, him there by virtue of this kind of way David Lynch likes to depict certain things visually. It's so crazy. Man, oh geez, and then a bug came out of a egg, and you're like, oh, I thought we saw the crazy.
No.
Laura came out of a bassoon, a golden woodwind instrument. I don't know what's happening here, and you know, and she goes into the black and white. Why is it black and white? I don't know why it's black and white, because it's the past? I don't know why.
No, it's always black and white, right?
was the past black and white?
That's just how they lived there.
So they had color televisions back in the 50s, but the world was just black and white.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
Exactly.
Who says there's not answers?
It looks like the world. I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's... Yeah, and what does that even mean? And who are these people? And then, you know, Nine Inch Nails shows up. And that's what I was going to say earlier about, you know, the laughable idea that any of this stuff really could have been on ABC in the 90s. I'm like, fucking Nine Inch Nails wouldn't have been on ABC in the 90s.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and
Yeah.
that's the mildest part.
Yeah. 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 Amazingly, they were around back then.
I know,
They've been
yeah.
around a long time.
Yeah, it's
Jesus.
crazy. It's crazy. Um,
It was their early days, but still.
yeah,
Damn.
and this whole extra kind of thing that the show is doing with showcasing bands is very interesting.
It's a strange thing. Yeah, yeah. I was thinking, in a way, like if the episode lengths didn't have to like fit a certain, parameter or whatever, like it might have made sense to, although in another way, like maybe this was a better idea. Whatever. I mean, I'll go with what they decided to do. But I was thinking like the first sequence involving Ray and Evil Cooper, and then a Roadhouse performance, like you could tack that on to the previous part, and then that would be like the ending at the Roadhouse, and then
Yeah.
this part would just be the flashback stuff.
Yeah.
There's a logic there, like that's kind of how it plays anyway, because the Roadhouse performance is kind of a bridge, even though we do get a little bit of Evil Cooper, sitting up after the Roadhouse thing, but like for the most part, like it's kind of the cutoff between the the stuff that's taking place in the present and this like crazy flashback sequence or sequences, I guess. I guess that's how I'm like, I think it's going to be interesting if there's going to be, I mean, maybe he won't bother, like he's just fine with like how they're airing it, but I wonder if he's going to like make any effort to try to like edit it into one long thing, as it was conceived, I guess, in script form, because they had to cut it up.
Interesting.
I feel like you can see that,
Yeah, it'd be interesting because they have those credit sequences where sometimes stuff is happening, but yeah, it'd be interesting if they kind of edit that.
Yeah, they would have to change certain things to make it work. I mean, and it would be ridiculous to like sit down and watch an 18-hour movie.
But it's like watching Lord of the Rings extended edition twice or something.
Exactly. There you go. But yeah, it's like I could see the flow of, in the previous part, you see Ray and Cooper come out of the prison, and then we go to them driving down the road. They have their little confrontation, blah, blah, blah. And then suddenly we after this crazy reveal with the woodsman coming out to help him or whatever, then we transition into this like flashback, like I can see that being logical, but it is pretty shocking in episode form.
yeah, it is. I don't know what they were doing, but they did it. They did it, and they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, clearly.
Yeah, just again, just watching a show or anything can happen is just such an interesting experience, and just the strangest things keep happening. Like when we first saw I guess we call him the woodsman now, the one in Hastings prison.
Yeah.
When we first saw that guy, I had no idea that that was going to really, open up into a larger cast of similar characters. And I was talking about last podcast, I think.
I thought it was just that guy.
Yeah, I was talking about last time that idea that I thought, like, I guess I was saying by the last part that if there were other entities that were important with the mythology, that I would have expected to see them by now. And the caveat, of course, was that woodsman guy. He was the only other sort of new thing that we saw besides, like, some of the weirder, some of the, like, the experiment model and that kind of thing.
Right.
But yeah, so it's weird, one part later, we do get this whole other group of entities that are, super important to like what's going on here. And we get, the giant has a friend, a lover,
right,
a compatriot, all the above.
Yeah.
And, oh man, yeah, oh geez, and then Laura comes out in a bubble. And
Yeah, that happened. That happened.
yeah, oh geez,
Um,
so much. Yeah, just everything keeps happening, and it just keeps being crazy. You
yeah.
know, it's not like a crazy thing happens and then a normal thing happens. It's not like, oh, the woodsmen show up and, okay, they, maybe terrorize some people or whatever, and then they, fade into the background, and then, throughout the decades, they, are responsible for, whatever it might be, with these entities. It's like, no, no, they had something to do, and he went to the radio station and did it,
Yep.
what's gonna happen next? There's no way to know, like, how much more story we're going to get out of the black and white past world. Is this the beginning of a, multi-part storyline here?
That's a good question. It does seem like there's story left to tell. I
Yeah. Oh, I
wonder.
hope so.
I wonder if they're going to kind of fill in the gaps in some other way, or if we will actually get more flashbacks.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. I mean, I would like to understand like what's going on. I mean, especially in the 1956 sequence. I mean, to me, that's like the least clear. Strangely, it's a ridiculous thing to say. Like, I do feel like I don't understand what the point of that thing is, and it feels so open ended that yeah, I feel like there has to be a follow up in some form.
Yeah.
So I assume we'll get that.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, yeah, you just would have never thought, oh yeah, and then 1956, and there's a something in an egg, and it's gonna crawl into somebody's mouth, and then do what?
Yeah.
What are you gonna
And
do
then do
now?
what? And then what? Yeah.
Yeah, geez. But okay, I guess we can maybe get into the episode and
Shall we recap?
start dissecting the undissectable.
Yeah. Yeah, so this recap is a tough one.
Why?
Because of the I'm glad you asked. Because of the visual nature of a lot of parts of this episode. So, I mean, I'm not going to attempt to describe everything that you see on screen because it's just, I don't really, I mean, I don't have, let's just say I'm not capable of producing enough words in the right order to, adequately convey what's on screen. So, I mean, I'm just going to have to leave it to you to kind of watch it. I'm going to mainly just focus on sort of the broad strokes of like what's happening and, the story and stuff like that. But since this episode is so based on visuals, like the recap's just going to be a weird one.
Mm-hmm.
So, bear with me. All right, so you ready to start this?
Yeah.
Okay. So we start with the real world, the normal real world. We have Ray and Evil Cooper driving in their car, fresh from being released from the Yankton Federal Prison.
Mm-hmm.
Evil Cooper disables some tracking devices on the car with some kind of device that he throws out the window. What's that thing and why does it work? We'll never know. Maybe. They mentioned going to a place called the Farm. So that's a location that might come into play
Dead
later.
Dog Farm.
Maybe
there have been dead dogs.
Ray tries to get more money for the numbers, which I guess are coordinates that he has memorized that I guess he got from Hastings' secretary. That's a thing from a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
They pull off the highway. Ray has to pull over so he can pee. Then Evil Cooper pulls out the gun from the glove compartment that he asked for.
His
from
little friend.
warden. His little friend, exactly. He goes to confront Ray about the information, but it turns out Ray also has a gun. Evil Cooper's gun doesn't fire. Ray says, "Tricked ya," and shoots Evil Cooper. And then a couple of times, and then he goes up to him to finish him off, presumably. And that's when the woodsmen show up.
And just when things got weird, they got weirder. Yeah,
The
I
woodsman.
mean, jeez. I mean, so much to even talk about here.
Do you want to just talk about this part first? We can totally do that.
Yeah, I need like 3 hours to just, I mean, yeah, it's, gee, where to start? So the tracking device, it looked like a cell phone, and
I guess it was a phone, yeah.
and he used his technomancy to somehow observe that there were tracking devices that he just had to touch an app and make
Type
it go
in
away.
the license plate of the truck in front of them,
and he attached it to that truck somehow, which like makes no sense.
It makes no sense.
Like, because the tracker should be physically on the car and some sort of GPS based system.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't matter what license plate of the car it is. It should matter where the trackers are in physical space.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's able to do some tricks, some magic, if you will.
And I think we're meant to assume that it's working.
Why wouldn't it work?
You know, I'm not Damon Lindelofing this.
Like, no, that's the thing about this show, that you don't. There's no need to like wonder, is it really happening?
Yeah.
Is that really the thing? And I think it would. I don't know. I dare to say, it would be just too incomprehensible by half, but to have everything that's so crazy on this show, plus we don't even know if what they're doing is real or accurate, or what they're saying is true, sort of a thing, like, oh, they just said that because they think that he just thinks there's 3 trackers. Like, if we have to play that game too, that just would be too much. That would be too much. So yeah, I don't have the impetus to sort of wonder about like, they're gonna cut to the cops and they're gonna be like, oh look, they tried to put the tracker on the truck, but we knew how to get around that. Like, no, that's not gonna be it.
Someone's probably gonna say we lost them.
Yep.
And then we'll know that it worked.
I was surprised they were even being tracked. I didn't think the warden had it in him that he was going to even try to do something like that.
Should we talk about that? Because I think that's an interesting thing here about this story.
All right.
So we didn't get to the end of it, which, the end of it is kind of part of what I want to say about it. Yeah. So I don't know. Do I need to describe the end part, or just no? Okay. So like, you remember from earlier in the season, Ray and Daria, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was a whole thing.
It was a whole thing.
Ray and Daria, and
Tallulah.
And yeah, exactly. And at a certain point, Eva Cooper like taps their phone and listens in on a conversation that Daria's having with Ray, I believe, where he's talking about being in prison, and also we find out that that they were going to kill Eva Cooper, and he's like, you have to do it now.
Yeah.
Obviously she fails, but I remember that was a thing at the time, a mystery that I just lost track of because so much has happened since then.
Mm-hmm.
But like, who wanted to kill Eva Cooper? Like that's an extra level of crazy.
Yeah, that's a good point, because I did lose track of that, and I kind of thought Ray is trying to kill Mr. C because Mr. C is trying to kill him. And not like tying it back to the idea that Ray, is possibly contracted out to do that, and that he still would want to do that. I kind of thought, plans had changed. That whole car accident really threw me, because it just made it seem like whatever big plan that he had been spending 25 years creating got thrown off or something, oh, now Ray's in jail. Oh, okay, well, I guess we're not doing that plot line anymore. It's like, oh, no, we're doing it. It'll just be 5 more parts before we get back to it.
Yeah, it was just a slight delay.
Yeah, a slight delay. Inclement weather.
In a way, it was like the least delay. Like, he ended up getting sent to the exact prison that Ray was in. So
Well,
that was
it
kind of
seems like,
convenient.
yeah, it seems like it was a good thing, in a way.
Yeah,
He seemed like he had a plan of how he was going to get Ray out, but the contingency worked fine. Kind of getting
yeah.
sent there accidentally. But yeah, so did you finish what you wanted to say about that?
Oh, no, no,
Oh,
no.
okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I do think there's part of it that Cooper wants to kill him, and that's why he's doing it at this moment. But nonetheless, there was that idea out there that
Mm-hmm.
someone wants to kill Evil Cooper, and like, who
Mm-hmm.
is that? And I think in this episode we find out it's Philip Jeffries.
I was just gonna guess that maybe it's Philip Jeffries, but why is that my intuitive guess? Why did I
Well,
just think that was?
that's who Ray calls right after he leaves the scene. That's who he's talking on the phone
Oh,
with. I mean, I presume
I
he says
forgot.
Philip.
I
You
forgot.
know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Good call. So I've only seen this once, and it's
Oh,
all a
okay.
wash. Yeah. I barely know what happened, but I do remember that now that he said Philip. Okay.
So I mean, there's levels of confusion here for me about that. Like, I mean,
Why?
we don't have to spend all day on this because this is a running thing, obviously, with the show. But the show has told us a lot of stuff about Philip Jeffries. There's the Philip Jeffries calling Albert, getting information about the man in Rio.
Mm-hmm.
That for Cooper, supposedly, we know Cooper had a house in Rio. We found out about that more recently,
Mm-hmm.
and the agent in Rio ended up dead. So there's that. And then, Cooper claimed to be working with Philip Jeffries in the interrogation scene. Of
Mm-hmm.
course, some of that was manipulation, but we did see in the motel room scene after he kills Daria, he gets on the phone and he talks to someone who he believes is Philip Jeffries
Mm-hmm.
initially, but then realizes it's not Philip Jeffries.
No.
So like that's where my levels of confusion start to like get ridiculous because I don't really understand what happened. Like, are there two? Was somebody pretending to be Philip Jeffries? Is a Philip Jeffries doppelganger involved? Is it?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Who knows? There might be a Jeffrey's doppelganger. I mean, there's just, yeah, it calls into question a lot of
Who was he
things.
talking to in that scene? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I still don't know. Like if Philip Jeffries is the one trying to kill him, in a way it would make more sense if that was Philip Jeffries on the phone, but it
Mm-hmm.
wasn't. And so then it's like, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
And so I don't really understand. I'll be with Bob again. Those weird lines. You're going to the Black Lodge soon. You're going back there soon. And then in this episode part, Ray mentions that he saw something. Which was Bob.
Mm-hmm.
Coming out of Evil Cooper's abdomen, and he says like he thinks it might be the key to what this is all about. And it's like
Yeah, yeah. What's this all about?
what like yeah, like what the fuck are you talking about, and why do you think that, and what do you think
Yeah.
you saw, by the way, like.
Yeah, by the way, yeah, what do you think you saw? Oh man, yeah, I mean, could it be that the guy on the phone was Philip Jeffries, but he had a change of heart and now he's against Mr. C?
Well, so that was one possibility. Like maybe Philip thought that it was the real Cooper for a time, and then like
Mm-hmm.
realized, or it was a long con, and he always intended to betray him at some
Yeah.
point. I mean, it
Well,
seems like.
that line, I will be, you'll go to the Black Lodge and I'll be with Bob again. Now that Bob is a ball, a sphere, a thing that could be in your stomach, I wonder if it's a type of MacGuffin in a way, where that's a thing, you can transfer or get. If you kill Mr. C, you can get this Bob
Right,
thing or something. As long as the woodsmen don't show up.
right.
So maybe that's part of what's going on too, or yeah, just the idea that the relationship between all these entities and Mike and Bob and all is still up in the air, and I think any other story along these lines would have made that really clear. Again, like Across the Sea from Lost,
Yeah.
you would get a sense of the powers that be and what they want and why. And even though, we see these people in action, it's not clear. I don't know what the giant did when he exploded gold out of his head. Like, huh? I don't know what that is. And a ball of Laura shows up and then goes into a projection of
Space
Earth.
bassoon.
One of the best parts, and this reminds me of the Jailhouse Woodsman. When he sort of flies and then disappears, but then his head reappears a little and floats away. Where it's this kind of like half measure, whole double measure, which makes no sense. And I felt like we saw that again when the golden Laura orb went into the black and white image, where it seems like it starts to turn black and white, but then it's gold the rest of the time that it's flying to black and white Earth. And you kind of would expect it to turn black and white if it's going to go into the black and white thing,
right.
But it kind of doesn't. Kind of does it.
Yeah.
I thought that was interesting. But, so who... the fact that Ray even has a storyline still, you know what I mean? That he
Sorry, go ahead.
Got an idea?
You just made me remember something.
Oh, I was going to say
that I wanted to say about that.
Oh yeah, the fact that Ray knows stuff that Mr. C doesn't know is crazy to me. The fact that there's somebody who wants to kill Mr. C. You would, because I guess I just pictured, well, the bad guy's gonna have a plan of what they want. They have a goal, but they're the main bad guy, and they kind of know everything they need to know outside of what the hero's gonna do to stop them. But it's like, no, it's not like that at all. It's fairly clear that Mr. C is not the most powerful entity going on here, and that he doesn't necessarily know the big picture, and I wonder what he has to say about this. Is he surprised at what happened when he got shot? Did he know what the Woodsmen were doing? Did he even kind of pick that up? What was happening? Because there's nothing that I think suggests that I can't even use words here, that the occurrences that happened were something that you would understand. It's like it's kind of like in our reality, in our life. There's certain things that we know because we have this sort of body of history that tells us certain things about reality, but I don't think he necessarily has that handbook on, it's like a handbook. Now you're a doppelganger, and this means this, and this means you're connected to the Woodsman this way, and this means that Bob is in your stomach. You know what I mean? It just called into question, what he thinks about his reality and his situation, and this idea of objective knowledge. And, to me, it's I don't think he has any objective knowledge about the cosmic forces that are going on here. Does he know about the giant, and the giant's world? And there's nothing that tells me he would know about that.
Not necessarily.
No. Yeah.
No. Well, yeah. And anything about it, his being able to read minds, I feel like that's, to whatever extent he can do that, it's definitely limited. Because he clearly didn't expect what happened. Yeah. But that's what I was going to say about Ray. So this is aside from Philip Jeffries, which Philip Jeffries is the greatest off-screen character of this season. So perplexing. Major Briggs is probably runner-up. Sort of off-screen. Here's the thing. Ray has a gun, right? We find out that Ray has a gun. I mean, when Evil Cooper made his deal with Warden Murphy, he didn't say, oh, and give Ray a friend too.
No.
So, but that gun must have been provided to Ray, right?
Somehow, some way.
He couldn't have just had it on him in the prison.
No.
Right?
No.
And Evil Cooper's gun not firing,
Mm-hmm.
like that shit had to have been set up, right? And I don't see how Ray could have rigged that, unless they stopped at a certain point off screen,
I think
you
he
know.
disabled the firing pin.
Well, sure, but like when though,
Sorry,
without
lost.
Evil Cooper
That's
noticing,
my lost joke.
that's exactly what that moment is.
Yeah.
It's totally the Rousseau thing, but like he couldn't have. I feel like Ray couldn't have done that unless something
Mm-mm.
happened off screen
No,
where,
yeah, I think that car had a gun for Ray and a disabled gun for Mr. C.
yeah, which
And
suggests that someone called in a fix and actually, although it looked like they were just letting Evil Cooper go, and
mm-hmm,
my number one suspect here would be Philip Jeffries since he seems to be in charge of this Ray operation.
mm-hmm. You
Um,
mean Operation?
I would say that he called the warden and said, "Yeah, let him go. Make sure his gun's disabled and give Ray a gun too." And like that's why it was set
Mm-hmm.
up like that. You
I
know,
I was thinking it was not necessarily Philip Jeffries, but maybe the warden's backup plan. Like thinking that Mr. C needs to be stopped. This is a guy who just threatened the warden with his deepest, darkest secret.
maybe it's just that, and he told Ray
And
about it.
and then
It
and
could
then he's
definitely just
basically
be
said,
that.
"Hey Ray, take this guy out, and it'll help your sentence." Because we're, I mean, maybe he didn't say, we're tracking you and all that stuff, but maybe he made it seem like that was a good deal for Ray. Little did he know that's what Ray wanted to do for another reason, anyway, because if
Right.
whoever, and that could be Philip Jeffries, seems to be Philip Jeffries, but yeah, I think you would have to suppose that if Philip Jeffries coerced the warden into doing something, then he would have to know something about the warden to coerce him with.
Right.
So that calls into question what that might be. Is it the same thing, Mr.
Well, that's
Strawberry
what
and
I
all
was
that stuff?
thinking. I mean, supposedly, like if Evil Cooper died, like this information would go out. So it just seems risky for the warden
Mm-hmm.
to try to have him killed, which is why I was thinking Philip Jeffries or some other character would
So,
intervene to kind of.
do you think Philip Jeffries has a dog leg and he has the information on the warden and he just was like, hey, I'll just call the
That's
warden and
interesting.
blackmail him with the information that I have. And then the warden's like, well, damn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Two
Yeah.
black males in one day. Or is it two males black? No, it's not. Two blacks male. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. I mean, listen. This is like action genre, hitman, pulp noir,
Yeah.
detective, crime.
Yeah.
Drama. Simple stuff that I have
Oh
no
yeah.
idea what's going on. No
I
idea what's
know.
going on with the simplest
Totally.
of storytelling here. I mean,
Yeah.
this is like
Mostly real
basic.
world stuff.
Yeah, this is like Elmore Leonard type,
Yeah.
crosses and double crosses and things like that. And but yeah, I'm still confused. The fact that there's so many levels is just it's crazy. I can't wait to see. Well, once we get to the end of this whole series and to look back and really get to see what the picture that is being painted here is, because there's so many levels, nothing is really that straightforward. Like we can't even have a story where Mr. C is working with Philip Jeffries straight up, and they're aligned with some purpose. Like that's not the case apparently. Or
Right. It's not that
that
simple, of
it's not
course.
that simple,
Which that was already confusing enough. Like,
Uh-huh.
why did Philip Jeffries start working with Evil
Exactly.
Cooper?
I mean, that would have been enough for any writer to be like, "Well, I bet this is good. I'm bringing Philip Jeffries back from Fire Walk with Me, and he's got a part to play in this new story, and with Mr. C, and they have this plan. That's great. The audience will love that." But then it's like, no, let's take it a step further and have
Yeah.
them now at a certain point be at odds with each other, and Mr. C to be put off to be put on his guard, thrown off. by this change. And again, like that idea of like having this plan, and he has this air of a character who's like too cool for school,
Yeah.
and nothing, I don't want anything, or what does
Right.
he say? I
Right.
don't need anything.
I
I
don't
just
need
want,
anything. Exactly.
and like that idea that like he's kind of powerful and above everything, but it's like no, not
No,
I mean, Ray can get the
not at
best of
all.
him,
Yeah.
just with a gun, so
Yeah.
and I
Yeah.
really, 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 really wanted to know what would happen if he got shot in the head,
Yeah.
but we're not
Didn't
apparently
get the
gonna
chance.
get that.
Yeah. 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 But yeah, I mean, you're totally right. It puts some clear limits on Evil Cooper, because Evil Cooper does seem like the ultimate badass,
Mm-hmm.
um, uh, until confronted, even with, like you said, like a pretty simple, like, double cross. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's surprising to me that he didn't see that coming.
Yeah, and is that just hubris? Is it he thought he was, too cool for school, so he underestimated Ray,
Yeah.
or is it really about he's underestimating, whoever his actual adversary is, Philip Jeffries, or if Philip Jeffries is being coerced into doing something, it's like you don't
Right.
know where it even starts and ends, and that's not even the main storyline on the show,
Right.
it's remember Dougie, remember
Oh
Dale,
God. Oh God. Yeah, Dougie was so far from my mind in this episode, in this part.
Oh man, that's like a completely different show. That's like ABC Family, You're like weeknight at like 7 p.m. show, The Adventures of Dougie. Dougie
Hmm.
Jones. Look at him go to work. Look at Dougie be a father. Look at Dougie argue with his what, like oh
Yeah.
man, it's like a light
I
years
mean, the
beyond
fact
what's
that Lynch
happening.
can go from that to this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
really like,
That's the thing. He's his storytelling again. Mirroring that idea of the sort of broad range of critical reception he's had with his work. Like, yeah, his work in general just has this really broad range, and he does that thing we talked about before, where he loves to like have something really grotesque or dark or intense, and then to cut to something really light and frivolous and
yeah,
funny, and that juxtaposition of extremes, and yeah, he can do the silliest slapstick comedy, and he can do the darkest drama, and he can do the most surrealism, and
yeah,
everything in between. It's really unparalleled. I don't, most people's voices are concentrated in a particular quadrant of those things,
yeah.
but he's like, no, I'm gonna go everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
But that's not possible, David.
Watch me. You'll know it in your heart. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, we can move on. I mean,
Yeah.
we barely said anything.
I just had to get those points out because I feel like
Yeah.
there's, in terms of the concrete plot, this was actually a huge reveal.
Yeah, oh, just huge, huge, huge. And I mean, it's a big thing too to connect Mr. C to Bob, to the Woodsman this
Yeah.
way, and complemented by what we see later with Bob, the Bubble Bob, later, whatever that means. And what did I'm sorry, did Leland have a Bubble Bob? Like, is this
Hmm.
a thing everybody gets if Bob is inhabiting you? Is this just a thing because it's a doppelganger? Is just a thing because Bob potentially created the Cooper doppelganger?
Hmm.
There was something very maternal about Bob in a stomach bubble. It seemed like evoked
Yeah.
a sense of pregnancy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we
Definitely.
have this thing with mother and creation, and all that stuff. So I thought that was really interesting. But yeah, it's like, God, dude, we had no idea. We had no idea. But with You thought the giant saying there's 3 clues, and when you find the 3 clues, a smiling. What was the smiling bag or
A
something?
man in a smiling bag.
Yeah,
The owls
like,
are not what they seem. Without chemicals, he points.
Yeah, you thought that was crazy, The ring, you thought the ring was crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah, give it a break. I mean, dude, yeah, I don't even know. I mean, yeah, okay. So we got to the woodsman showing up.
Okay, yeah. So you wanna talk about this next bit here? So the woodsmen show up. They circle Ray. They dig. They rub on Evil Cooper's body. I don't know how else to describe what they're doing. And it seems like they're performing some kind of ritual.
Mm-hmm.
Ray sees a blob with Bob's face coming out of Evil Cooper's abdomen. We were just talking about that. Ray eventually runs and drives away.
Mm-hmm.
Very sensibly. Because things got weird. All right, do you wanna just
let's talk. I mean,
okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean,
We'll talk about
we
this
can.
part.
Sure. Yeah. Where did it start? I mean, the woodsman. So yeah, just completely thrown off. I mean, no one knew this was coming, but
Yeah.
I mean, surprised enough that he thought to double cross Mr. C. Surprised enough he was able to shoot Mr. C. That was something I mentioned to you off podcast that, like, I don't think I ever considered if Mr. C could die or get injured. I had just thought it wouldn't kind of happen. I thought whatever would happen in terms of an injury to him would be part of the end game with, however he's going to get defeated, but not like, oh, what happens if somebody shoots him? Is it, it reminds me of Lost again. Like,
Right.
When Man in Black is in Locke's body, and he gets stabbed, but it doesn't really do anything.
Right.
That's the kind of thing I probably would have assumed with Mr. C,
Yeah. Yeah, I thought it wasn't. I thought maybe the bullets wouldn't hurt him or something.
Mm-hmm.
But no.
Yeah,
it just worked like normal bullets.
Too pedestrian for that in a way. Like, oh, the bullets don't even hurt me. Yeah, right. That's kindergarten storytelling, How about the bullets do hurt him and woodsmen come out? That's better. And they dig Bob out of his belly or something, and but then the blood on the face, like, why? Like, I don't know what's happening here. But yeah, there's some of them doing that, and there's some of them dancing. We've got this idea of the dancing in the circle. From Fire Walk with Me, we've seen those entities do that kind of thing. The jumping man, and we saw the grandson, dance and jump in a circle.
Yeah.
So there's something with that, But yeah, this, oh god, I didn't recognize Bob in this blob when it first happened. And I thought it was a new character, and I'm flabbergasted enough that it's Bob, but like I was like, oh my god, who's that? Who's this new person? Like I was really confused about that. It just was like the shot and the angle and everything. I didn't really could tell. But then when I saw it later, I was like, oh, that was Bob. Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So tell me.
It certainly makes more sense that it's Bob.
Yeah, what's happening here?
So okay, I want to throw in one thing, kind of a behind the scenes thing, just to help like make a little sense of this story. The actor who played what we can now call the woodsman, who was sitting in the jail cell, 2 cells down, I guess, from Hastings, way back in what was that, part 2? I think
2.
So yeah, he made a post on Facebook talking about what he did for the show, and so he mentioned a couple of things that are worth noting. Like, he wasn't told what he was doing or what he was playing. He was just kind of dressed up and inserted. But in part 7, we saw that figure galumphing down the hallway in the
Mm-hmm.
morgue area, by the morgue, I guess, in Buckhorn.
Mm-hmm.
And that was not the same actor. Just for the record, that was a different actor
Mm-hmm.
playing that woodsman. But they both appear in this sequence. I don't know that you can actually see them,
Mm-hmm.
but they both appear.
Interesting.
The woodsman who was in the cell is running circles around Ray. Maybe you
Mm-hmm.
can catch him in the right shot, and the one who was walking down the hallway is rubbing Cooper's body.
All
So,
right. That doesn't help.
well, I guess the
No,
only
I'm
thing
kidding.
that helps about it is it kind of clarifies that those are the same characters.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The ones we were seeing in the jail there are like these woodsman
Yeah.
characters.
Well, you know what's weird now? What's weird? Well, and what I was gonna say, what's weird is the fact that he was walking down the hallway and it sort of seems like he was in regular reality. But like you thought before that Lieutenant Knox didn't actually see
Yeah,
him. And now I'm thinking that's probably true because
yeah,
these entities seem like they phase in and out of our
they can go
reality.
transparent. Yeah,
Um, so I mean, it calls into question, if they're opaque, does that mean they can be seen? That may be
right.
true, but yeah, it's not quite necessarily true. But yeah, okay, so that's interesting. Though that they weren't the same character, or the same woodsman. I mean, different actors, different woodsmen. So that's interesting.
But
So
they're the
there's
same
just
type of character, I
yeah, they're the
guess.
same type. But that's what's weird is like that. I guess the idea is like there's just woodsmen around, like they're
Yeah,
just around.
they're just around.
Sometimes they're in the jail. Sometimes they're in the morgue. Sometimes they're at Subway
They're just
getting a
around.
footlong.
So,
Um,
sorry.
yeah, no, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt your foot long. Oh my
I mean,
god.
I've heard of Eat Fresh, but geez.
um so yeah, I guess just reconsidering the woodsman, which probably from the later part of the episode, that should be part of this discussion as well.
Mm-hmm.
But the woodsmen, they're barely a thing in Fire Walk with Me. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
they sit there on the sidelines during the convenience store sequence.
Yeah.
Now we do have them associated with a convenience store in this particular part, so that might explain something. I'm not sure what exactly. They're associated with a convenience store.
Was that a convenience store?
It said convenience store.
Oh, did it?
Yes. You didn't see the sign that said convenience
I don't
store?
remember a sign. I just remember
Wow.
thinking, oh, is this the convenience store or is this a gas station?
You didn't see the sign? It said right there, like in block letters.
Really?
Like, I just can't believe you didn't see it.
Well, I mean, yeah, no, where did it say that?
It's, I mean, right on the front.
No, I'm looking at it now and I see it. I didn't see that.
You didn't see that? Wow.
No, there was other things to be looking at. If you,
Oh, there were.
Yeah.
Sure.
No,
But I guess my attention was drawn there, and really, like, that was the thing that helped me understand what I was watching, because convenience store is like a Twin Peaks, mythological location.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, putting convenience store on there seemed very deliberate to me. Like, here's what this is.
Yeah, I didn't. No, I did not. In the wide shot, it's hard to tell, but yeah, you can see it clear in the closer shot. But I didn't. No, didn't catch that. I only saw it once. Give me a break.
No problem.
I was busy looking at the smoke going in reverse, forward time, and then this intergalactic intersection of woodsmen fluttering about, and I mean, yeah, my thought was, oh, is this supposed to be a convenience store? Well, it looks like a gas station. Maybe that's You know,
Yeah.
the same thing. Is it supposed to be the convenience store from Fire Walk with Me? You know, I mean,
Yeah, I don't know if that's true, but now you
yeah,
know why I thought it was a convenience
I
store.
see what.
But
You can read English. I see.
exactly. But yeah, so I mean, it suggests a connection. Like, I don't know if it's sort of convenience stores in general they're
Mm-hmm.
associated with, if that's really, I mean, the thing is, it shouldn't be the same one just because, I mean, maybe it's a continuity error, but they were supposed to be above the convenience store.
I
And if you
agree.
look there, it's like a one-story convenience store.
Well,
So,
well, well, let's not think so, you know, lowly, right? I mean, remember the Purple Place? Remember
I do.
Nido?
I do.
The outside is not necessarily. Oh, sorry, I should do this justice. The outside is not necessarily the inside.
Okay, you're saying that you might be able to have an upstairs even if you can't see an upstairs from the
Yeah,
outside.
yeah.
That's actually a pretty valid point considering the world we're dealing with. Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
You're
Yeah, I
right.
mean,
You're right.
I would think it was different also, but you know, we have to have that caveat out there that who knows
Yeah.
what the physics are of a place like this. And we did see another place where the physics were completely incongruent with the interior and exterior.
Yeah. So like I guess like my big takeaway about the Woodsman that maybe we were supposed to understand from Fire Walk with Me, or maybe it's a retcon. I mean, I have no idea what they intended when they showed the Woodsman in Fire Walk with Me, but like they were just weird like side characters
Mm-hmm.
at that point. But I guess my takeaway now, like, I'm really tempted to say they're like Bob's helpers, but I guess like based on the 1956 sequence, maybe I'm more inclined to say they're I don't know, mother's helpers or
Mother's little helpers.
yeah,
I've heard of being
experiments
I've
helpers.
heard of being a mother's boy, but not a mother's woodsman. Yeah, that's interesting. We could talk about that for
You
five
know,
hours.
if
Yeah.
Bob comes from them, then you know comes from the experiment mother, then you know that's why they're helping him. The same reason they're helping this bug that comes from the experiment. You know, like
They help the bug?
yeah. Seemingly, I
Well,
mean, wouldn't you say? It seems to me like that's like the main thing that gets accomplished from going to the radio station.
I mean, listen. What the bug was already around before he goes to the radio station. I
Yeah.
thought I mean I definitely have ideas of what I thought was happening with him saying his phrase over the radio station. I mean you're basically saying because his speech sort of lulled the girl to sleep, that's helping the bug. Is that what you
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's fair. I thought something else was happening. You know, I think I've read an interpretation of his speech that maybe he was sort of talking, he was broadcasting a message to the woodsman out there, you know, sort of saying, hey, come and get it, you know, this place has things to do or something, you know.
Hmm.
But yeah, I didn't necessarily connect him to the creature. I thought the creature was a separate thing that had no explanation because it seemed to come out of nowhere. It had no predicate. I mean, is it? You know what I mean? Like, is this the? Is it? It's. They did tell us where this was, right?
It
Is this
just
supposed to be the same site as the nuclear blast?
well, it just said New Mexico desert,
Yeah.
which I mean it implies it's the same general area. It doesn't necessarily say it's exactly that place
Mm-hmm.
because in the previous one it said White Sands, New Mexico specifically.
Yeah. So I kind of thought the creature was some kind, and then it came after Laura's bubble went to Earth. So that was weird. I didn't know if that we were supposed to connect that
Yeah, that
thing.
juxtaposition was weird, but the egg thing that it hatches out of, I think if you look at the stream of vomit from Experiment Mother, you can see uh, you can see egg things in addition to the Bob Blob. You can see egg things that look like that, like little spotted egg things.
Good point. Good point.
So,
I see that now. Yeah.
so I think that's where it came from. And if the woodsmen are helping it, like I think they are, then that sort of makes more sense. Even though when I saw it originally, I thought it was supposed to be Laura, which really confused me.
Yeah, I kind of thought maybe Bob was inhabiting the insect creature, and so like this was Bob's, so when Bob goes into the girl,
that could very well be true.
That's like the first time Bob like inhabits a person or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. So
I wouldn't rule that out at all. But I mean, coming from that experiment thing, still though.
Yeah, I want to talk more about the woodsmen and their goals. I'm still not. The fact, the idea that they're helping Bob. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I mean, they're clearly invested.
Well, so let's talk about it, right? So I mean, it does seem like whatever they did helped Evil Cooper not die.
Yeah.
So I mean, they helped him in that sense, and now when you see Bob come out of him, I've seen a lot of people jump to the conclusion that Bob like exited Evil Cooper. That he's gonna be just Evil Cooper, no Bob from now on.
Oh, interesting.
And now, from a practical point of view, I could kind of see that, like, just because again, like, they don't really have Frank Silva. It's kind of a thing to show him, and I could even see, maybe this is like going way too far, but I could even see. Like you said, Bob as MacGuffin, like Bob as a character sort of exits the story at this point, and we just see like Evil Cooper pursuing, the goal he was pursuing before, just, with Bob in tow, basically. Like, it's not necessarily going to change much, except, maybe now that, he doesn't have Bob anymore, Ray talks about it's the key to everything. I mean, maybe that's going to affect what they do later or whatever. Like, I think from a story point of view, like, I could see them doing that. But let's just say from what I see on screen, it's not remotely clear to me that Bob left his body. I thought he just kind of poked out. And, part of the point was for Ray to see it, and so I don't think it's necessarily true.
Yeah. I don't think it's necessarily true either. There's a way that shot of Cooper after the Nine Inch Nails performance. I could see another show that being the case, right? Like we find out that shot of him is him being without Bob, and right. he'll be sort of different now. But yeah, it can kind of go either way. I mean, there's a logic to that idea that maybe because he got shot, he wasn't a good host for Bob anymore, and so the woodsmen were sort of rescuing Bob from him to take him someplace safe or something. But yeah, I agree with you though that it wasn't clear that has to be true, and that to me it seemed like that Bob Blob probably just went back into him. And they were maybe the idea is they were channeling the power of Bob, right. So sort of taking the blood from his stomach and putting on his face was sort of healing him, channeling Bob's power or something like that.
Yeah.
But I kind of want the woodsman to be not like Mother's helpers necessarily, or like Bob's helper, like but more they have their own agenda, or maybe they're evil incarnate. They're just the evil incarnate. That's the only way to say that. I was gonna say personification of evil. So maybe they're only interested in just evil things generally. It's completely not clear to me, like what their agenda is or why they care or what's in it for them. With the explosion, it made it seem like, which is a kind of Stephen Kingish, X-File-ish kind of idea of like the force of that nuclear blast, atomic blast, sort of ruptured reality, and the gateway was opened and the woodsman entered, that kind of idea. That's the sense that I got. And Bob being this thing that was, so maybe I don't, did Mother experiment thing explicitly create Bob to send it to Earth? Or was it a coincidence that as he was hurling through space, the bomb had gone off and the gateway had opened and he could come to Earth,
Right. Yeah. That's not clear at all.
Yeah. Add it to the list.
I totally. Yeah. Fair point. Very much fair point.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think so. Are we done with this scene here?
Yeah, I mean, we'll never be done with this.
Like we
scene.
sort of moved into the later thing.
Yeah.
But
yeah, we can move on.
Yeah, I think it's kind of uncertain what the outcome there is, but we'll get to it, later in the series, presumably. Okay, so then we go to Ray in the car. He calls and tells Philip, who's presumably Philip Jeffries, that Evil Cooper might be dead, but he can't be sure. He mentioned seeing something, referring to Bob, that might be the key to what this is all about. And then he implies he's going to the farm, and he'll deal with Evil Cooper there if he comes after them.
Yeah, and that scene. Well, number one, Ray's reaction to the woodsman, and number two, that scene really shows that Ray is more plugged into the craziness than I thought he was.
Yeah, definitely.
Because while he was taken aback by the woodsman, he wasn't like scared out of his mind or like the impossible just happened. He was kind of like, no, he's got some help, and here's the thing that might be the key to all this, and So he had in his mind this context of this strangeness being possible, and with an idea that, following that, what Mr. C is capable of or a part of, which I didn't think was true before. I thought he was just a henchman, a low-level guy, not that he would be plugged into any of the big mythology or even sort of know, kind of what could be possible.
I'm going to assume that Philip Jeffries filled him in on some of that stuff, since we know that they're associated at this point. And obviously Philip Jeffries had his experiences. Because, you're right. I the first time I thought, like, his comments were, like, ridiculously understated. He found some kind of help. Like, really? That's a mild way of putting it, but okay.
But it's kind of like the only way you can put it. Right? That's the best you can do to describe what happened. Is he seemed to have some kind of help. I mean,
yeah,
they came and did something.
It's
though the other thing he said too. I saw something in Cooper. Like, that's very vague too. I was also happy to hear him say Cooper.
Oh, yeah, he did say Cooper, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting, because I've definitely been calling him Mr. C since the guy called him Mr. C. And of course,
even earlier in the car, he called him Mr. Cooper.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So it was nice to, I mean, we knew that the C would be for Cooper, but it was nice to hear that.
Yeah. Yeah, they were sort of, I don't know, slowly rolling that out.
And is Bubble Bob the key to all this?
I mean, Ray could be wrong, but that's the thing. What is this? Like, I have no idea what this is.
And why is Ray involved in this? Is it just a money thing? Is there something deeper?
And what the fuck was he doing running guns? Or was that supposed to be part of the plan? Like,
right. Yeah, like he's like, oh, sorry, I did this job and got caught.
Yeah, like it just seems, if he's involved in this crate, like what is he doing just like running guns across the border? Like, come on. Like, isn't what you're doing more important than like, like...
I think it calls into question, when did Ray and Daria get co-opted? Were they against Mr. C from the beginning? were they with him in the beginning, and then Philip Jeffries came in, and or someone else came in and sort of
Right.
changed the picture?
Yeah.
You know, like that's kind of hard to tell. You know, and it's because that's a good point. You know, again, the whole thing with he was heading west, but somehow he wound up
Oh
east,
God.
and like
I will never understand that.
Ray knows Hastings' secretary who has the information. Yeah, Ray's in jail now because he was running guns across the board. There's like all these like details in that low level of the story, you know, that are so insane to even have that level of detail, and it kind of didn't even matter. In the long run, you know, maybe it was better that way. I can't tell.
Right.
You know, it's so weird. Are we gonna get any Jeffries? I mean, what are they gonna do with him? Will we ever like hear his voice? Will we ever get some depiction of him? Like, because he's starting to be bigger than I thought he was, and I thought he was sort of big. You know, before from Mr. C talking about that he was working with him. So
and there's not a like, oh, you're really sick. Like it sounds like you're barely gonna live another day. Like you know, like I mean, it's just like, how are they gonna not show him? You know, it just seems like a challenging thing to write around. So yeah, I wonder what they're gonna do. It's gonna be weird.
And they're gonna have some splaining to do with his backstory and how he got to where he is.
Oh yeah. There's a huge gap there.
Yeah,
definitely.
And who was the man in Rio? And was that his house?
Oh God. Why did Eva Cooper even care about that guy?
I don't know. Why was he even in Rio?
What was he doing in Rio? That's an even better question.
What's in Rio? Jeez.
Yeah. What is he doing down there? I mean, there's the Buenos Aires box. I mean, that's still a question that's left unanswered.
Oh,
you know?
Jeez.
Did Philip Jeffries like rig the box to shrivel up, or does he know about the box? Like, I wonder.
All good questions.
All right. Well, you want to move on from here?
Yeah, let's go.
Try to get into the episode. So that's kind of the first part. So we move into a performance at the Roadhouse by the Nine Inch Nails.
By the who?
Nine Inch Nails.
Wow.
Come on.
They're 1990s Nine Inch Nails?
Famous the 1990s Nine Inch Nails. It's a lot of alliteration there. Yes, that's weird. Apparently they exist in the Twin Peaks world.
Or do they? That's the thing, It's one thing when they were showcasing those bands that are apparently real bands, but not necessarily widely known, super big bands.
Right.
And you could just kind of have suspension of disbelief that they would play at the Roadhouse sort of in world or something. But when you have the Nine Inch Nails, it's like, okay, well, they're a big thing.
Yeah.
So what does that mean? Are they playing themselves? You know what I mean? Like
the band is called the same thing.
Yeah. Are the band playing the band? Banda es Banda?
Maybe I don't understand the distinction. Like, what do you mean? Like, how could the band not be playing the band?
I don't know. I guess I mean because it's a performance. I guess it'd be the same way as if Trent Reznor like was in a scene, like a dialogue scene, and he's like, "Hi, I'm Trent Reznor." You know what I mean? Like he'd be playing himself, right, in the show,
right?
Versus him playing another character. So I don't know. Maybe I don't know what the distinction is myself. That's why I can't communicate it that well. But it just seems to me that like before, when they had a band playing, I could just be like, oh, that's the Roadhouse band. It's playing for the audience, But the fact that like This was kind of shot a bit differently. It was like a music
Yeah.
video. We like barely saw the audience in the Roadhouse, so it
Yeah.
felt like, oh, this is a performance by Nine Inch Nails versus this is a
Right.
performance in the world of Twin Peaks by a band called the Nine Inch Nails. You know what I mean? Does that make any
Yeah.
sense?
Yeah. I think so. I think I understand.
Yeah, it was it's in your heart.
Strangely subtle.
Yeah, it's a very subtle difference. But yeah, it was so crazy to just get a musical interlude by a famous band like this. That I think Lynch has like used their music before, right?
Yeah. In Lost Highway.
Lost Highway, right? Yeah. So
Trent Reznor was involved with that. He made some stuff for the soundtrack too, not just Nine Inch Nails stuff, but just some instrumentals that got used in the movie. And Perfect Drug.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's interesting that it's weird to have like a band that's like a Lynch band, like, oh, this is fitting. This is somehow fitting in the world of Twin Peaks and David Lynch, that the Nine Inch Nails make that kind of music or something,
Right.
Yeah, crazy. The lighting was great. I love the lighting.
Yeah. I was wondering about that, if the band provided that, or if
That's
if that's just something they use.
That's got to be Lynch, man. Like wanting that kind of look, because it was very otherworldly, and like the other bands didn't get
look
that,
anything like that.
They didn't get that treatment at all.
Yeah. But I guess I imagine because they're a bigger band, like they'd have a better chance of maybe having like a crazy lighting setup like that.
Mm-hmm.
For touring purposes.
Yeah, that's fair.
And like it seems in keeping with their style, I guess.
Yep. Yeah, that's true.
So I feel like that's possible. If they were like, we got this lighting thing, do you want to use it? Though it's also possible that he just wanted to shoot them like that and brought in the lighting himself.
Yeah, this whole thing, it reminded me a bit, because the Roadhouseians, the audience here, is like way more amped up than I think we've seen them before from a performance. I get, part of it I think is just the song that's playing, and the style of music, but it reminded me of the cave dancing scene in The Matrix 2. This whole
definitely.
primal music, energy, vibe thing happening, and the people kind of losing their inhibitions to a degree.
Right.
I thought that was kind of interesting. But yeah, have you heard anything about this in particular? Why this happened? Anybody talking about this? Okay.
No, I don't have a clue. I don't know anything about this. I mean, aside from, they did collaborate on Lost Highway, so, I mean, they knew each other to some extent, I guess, and, he's having bands on, and I don't know, I would assume that, somehow they got in contact and were like, sure, we'll play the road.
Yeah, and is this song, do you happen to know, is this one of their songs that people know?
I believe this is one of their songs. It's not one I know. It's a newer one, I mean, I haven't really kept up with them since the 90s. But, this is a pretty recent one, I think, from within the last few years.
So it wasn't specifically written for the show?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Interesting.
I believe it's just a song on one of their albums.
Man, yeah, wow. The Roadhouse is whoever the booking agent is for the Roadhouse is doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I know. They really stepped it up from Julie Cruz all night every
night. Yeah, is Jean Michel calling all these bands and booking them at the Roadhouse?
Yeah, like I don't know. I feel like, sell some, do a cover charge,
Yeah.
and then like maybe you don't have to get into so much prostitution.
Hello, Trent Reznor. We would like for you to your band play at Caesar Roadhouse, please. That's my French accent. Wow. Okay, so
Incroyable.
what you said. Yeah, very cool, very interesting. I think it sets the tone in a way for what's to come.
Yeah, definitely. It's also sort of a bridge or resting point, before we go into the craziness. Although there is one short bit after this.
Yeah.
Which is we cut back to Evil Cooper, who quickly sits up, clearly alive.
Clearly alive with no blood on his face.
Well, yeah, he's kind of dirty.
Yeah, but all the blood they put on his face was sort of transdimensional blood or something, or it absorbed
Magic
into
blood,
his body, or
blood,
blood sugar sex magic.
Hey,
how many 90s bands we're gonna reference right before the end of this thing?
As many as possible.
Laura's bubble did look like a Red Hot Chili Pepper. Now that I think of it.
Oh God.
No.
Well, I was gonna say no. They weren't. No, they weren't in. They were in Big Lebowski. Not they weren't in it. Flea was.
Yes.
I was thinking, but Marilyn Manson was in Lost Highway.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
That's what I had in mind.
He's got a style. He's got those industrial bands he likes.
Definitely. Rammstein also. It kind of fits in that general, like kind of electronic-y, but like heavy, dark style.
Yeah. All right, you want to go to the next part? Because this is where the whole shebang.
Yeah, and so now
intended.
the episode really begins.
Yeah. Yeah, so let me preface this next part by saying Gordon Cole's poster in his office.
Oh, fuck, you know what? I wanted to say something about that. Yeah, Gordon Cole's poster, I mean, it was like the whole wall. Like...
Posters can be big.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, like, that was a fucking poster and a half.
Wall poster.
And 2/3 and a lot more. Like, when we saw that, and he's just sitting there whistling in front of it, I remember thinking, oh, David Lynch, like, it looks cool.
Yep.
And it's not like he's above that. I mean, he puts stuff in scenes because it looks cool. I mean, that's like, it's not like he only puts things in scenes that are like references to stuff. And you know what I mean? But because he does so many things just for stylistic reasons, he totally got me, like, ignoring the significance. No part of my brain ever thought that, like, oh, maybe an atomic bomb explosion is going to play a major role in the plot.
I thought, because we talked about it before, a podcast or two ago, and I thought it was there for a reason, but I thought it was there for a thematic reason. I thought it was to give us a sense of either impending doom or some great calamity, whatever the big end game's going to be, I thought it was something like that. I didn't think it was literally a picture of a scene we're going to go to. And the significance that they depict of this explosion can't be the significance of why Gordon has it, right? He can't know what that means or what happened in that cloud and all that stuff. So, yeah, I mean, it's but yeah, that kind of thing of like it's staring you in your face the whole time, and then you get to see it, and you're like, oh wow. David Lynch said that he got into film. He started as a photographer and a painter and stuff. Right. And he said that he got into filmmaking with the expressed goal of wanting to make a painting move.
Right.
And I swear, there's very little else, I think, that is so directly to that point of literally a painting of it, a picture, of an atomic bomb, and then cutting to this very, very slow motion explosion, which is that idea, of this like painting coming to life and moving, So I was like, wow, that's so cool that he just literally did that thing. I mean, he's done that in other ways for sure. But like, it's such a straightforward way. He's like, definitely. I'll make this painting move.
That's a good point. That's a classic origin story, and I didn't think about that connection at all. Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm here.
Well done.
Now my job is done because I got any other connections to make. Oh, I can just retire completely. Yes. All right. Wow. Good luck with the rest of the podcast. I'm done.
Watch the royalty checks roll in.
Oh, yeah. Give me those royalties. All right. Let's get to the good stuff.
Okay. So we go to July 16th, 1945.
What?
Very precisely. Yeah. That's the logical place to go from here, from there.
Yikes.
White Sands, New Mexico. This is clearly some kind of atomic bomb test. Your countdown. And then we see the mushroom cloud forming. And we fly towards it. We fly into it. And then we see a lot of things in it. This is a long sequence that I'm summing up very briefly. Then we see a convenience store, and we see several figures who are woodsmen, I believe, and smoke also coming in and going out. And the figures are walking around. The store kind of flickers. And then we see some figures inside. The stuff is hard to recap here.
You're doing great.
Then we cut to Experiment floating through the air, and she vomits a stream of stuff, including a blob with the face of Bob in it.
The blob.
And It's the blorb, right? Or the borb?
The Bob orb, the borb.
It's the lorb and the borb.
Laura Orb is lorb. Yeah, the lorb and the borb.
The lorb and the borb. We also see some egg things, which might come into play later.
And it's like she's it's coming out of her nose. It's like it's weird. It's a weird placement.
Does she have a nose?
I mean, does she have a mouth?
Does she have a mouth?
It looks weird.
Question.
Yeah. Wow.
It's coming out of her somehow. I can't comment on exactly what kind.
Her hands are backwards.
What do you mean her hands are backwards?
You heard me. Her hands are backwards.
Well, what does that mean?
That means that her thumb is in the wrong position. I don't know.
Oh, her thumbs are like pointing out?
Like her hands are switched on the respective arms.
I see.
Like a mirror image. I didn't catch that before. Yeah, that's part of the... Yeah, because I was trying to figure out what she's doing with her hands. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Why are you doing this? Why are there eggs and borbs?
So we get some more fire imagery. A golden blob floats up to the camera. Then we see some more stuff, sort of like we're flying through space. And then we're on the purple ocean, presumably the same realm as the Purple Room, and we fly up to a large structure that's on some kind of island. So I would say that's the end of a little segment there.
Yeah. Wow. it's weird that somehow we're supposed to understand something here, in some
Yes.
way.
So I have like several key questions to ask here. Um, so like, I mean, we can ask this about, the Woodsman. We could ask this about Experiment.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you know, are we meant to believe that? Because I just don't think they portray this clearly enough to know. At least, like, not to me. My
Mm-hmm.
heart doesn't know. Um,
Your heart always knows.
uh, are we meant to believe that the atomic bomb created these things? Or are we meant to believe that the atomic bomb attracted these things? Are we meant to believe that the atomic bomb opened up a passageway through which these things came? Like
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really sure what we're supposed to think about the relationship between the bomb and the Woodsman and the Experiment, thing. Um, I mean, I don't even know where the experiment thing is happening. Like, there's no clear
It
context
just,
for it.
yeah,
You know what I
it
mean?
cuts to it in some void.
Exactly, and it cuts to it not from the mushroom cloud, but from the Woodsman and the convenience store.
Yeah,
You know?
I think because we fly into the mushroom cloud and because we get what I have to believe is some sort of imagery of the sort of the elementary particles and energy and like physics of what's happening there, that um, you know um, we have gone sort of into another place that it's interesting to see the kind of different types of visualizations and how they transition to each other. There's a whole like black and white parts. There's the
Right.
parts that are so it's like the mushroom cloud, and you fly in, and then you get like this sort of like fluid looking stuff and the blurry stuff, and
Right.
then you get what looks like particles and radiation, and it's mostly black and white. But then you get like these like this like nebula thing happening, this like purple magenta nebula, and like explosions of color. Yeah, who knows what that is? And then there's like inside of that, in this little part here where there's like the nebula, and there's like these like parts that are lighting up of the nebula, like different points of light. There's like a pulse that's happening, like a heartbeat almost, and then like as the pulse goes through different parts of the nebula, like a light will appear there from mirroring like the where the pulse came from. So I thought that was really interesting. Like that almost says something to me. Like it's like I almost feel like I get some sense of what's happening there, but I don't know what. And then we get more kind of harsh, fiery nebula, and then it goes black and white. And that's what's interesting is we get to the convenience store and everything's black and white, and even the Woodsmen themselves are black and white. Even really, I guess their whole thing is like that, but their whole part's all in black and white. But I feel like the way they're designed is, even in the real world in color, they would look basically the same, because they're all covered in black, and grimy and dark, so it washes out all their color.
Right.
That's just an interesting, I don't know why, that's just an interesting thing that they don't really have any color to them. But yeah, so I assume we start with the mushroom cloud, and we end up at the convenience store. So I take it as a sort of passageway, an opening to a gateway, if you will, and yeah, that the explosion opened up the door to this other place that existed. And then and then at the convenience store, you know, we see the smoke kind of coming out of the store before we see the people. Maybe the
Right.
smoke is the atomic bomb on the other end, you know, on their end of the connection, you know, like that energy
I see.
coming out. And then they do seem sort of attracted to it, I guess. They kind of come from, it's hard to tell, but would you say they sort of come from outside the convenience store and then sort of gather in front of it, and then they sort of all enter, right? That's kind of how it seems.
Yeah, sort
So
of.
so it is
Yeah.
almost like the convenience store is like this, like you know, they're part of the gateway, the connection, and they were sort of attracted to that energy. Then they go inside, and that's what, you know. Then it gets really chaotic, you know, once they're all sort of inside. You know, even like the, you know, the image of the convenience store is like it's fading in and out of existence or something,
Yeah.
and then we get this little transition thing, and then we get the experiment. So perhaps, and the experiment, this little part with Bob and the experiment is also in black and white. So perhaps the woodsman gathering in the convenience store triggered or created the experiment, or maybe this is sort of something from their world coming into our world, sort of a thing. Because that's kind of what happens. You know, Bob and the egg come to our world.
Right. Right.
And then after that, you know, Bob flies towards the camera and we kind of go into the goo. And then we get all these fire images, which, you know, is related to sort of, I think, you know, the whole Fire Walk With Me thing. So related to that idea of,
That's what I kind of assumed. Yeah.
yeah, of going to another place or something. But then things get weird. Kidding. It's been weird. The golden orb, you know, I mean, there's this decided sort of aspect of the show that seems like it's rooted in some sense of like alchemy or whatever. So, you know, a lot of imagery with elements and elementary particles and stuff like that. And so we get this gold thing, you know, and this golden orb comes out of the fire. And I don't know what we're supposed to do with that. Like, what's that supposed to be? And do we go into it? Are we going into the orb? Is that what's happening? We go into the orb, and then the orb takes us to the purple place, sort of a thing. You know.
Oh, maybe. I guess that is kind of what happened.
Yeah,
So
inside of this orb is this other place. And is it that the Bob and the eggs being spewed out created this orb, or sort of created this fire, chaos, something or other thing? I'm losing my language. Words are failing me here. Yeah, so it's really hard to, you know, figure out the correlation and causation and all that stuff. But it does look like we fly, we fly into the orb. So I would assume maybe the orb is some sort of universe that was created, or some sort of effect from the woodsman traversing into the convenience store. Why it's a convenience store, I feel like is the, you know, what does that mean? You know, like, of all sort of buildings to sort of be the thing. I mean, I guess it's kind of you know, a way station almost, you know, that kind of idea is there with a gas station / convenience store. You know, the idea of traveling, I guess, is there. But what's convenient
Yeah.
about it, you know? And like, you know, it's almost like from their perspective, it says convenience store, you know, in their world, which is just a weird thing. And what are they doing when they go inside? And like,
Yeah.
will we ever see inside of there? You know?
For a second, I thought that's what was going to happen. I mean, as soon as they show the convenience store, which I think, the convenience store is supposed to be a reference, or at least it's supposed to remind you, if you have seen the original series, of that whole idea of the mythology of the convenience store. We lived among the people. I think you say convenience store. And the scene from Fire Walk with Me that takes place in the convenience store. Where the woodsmen are in that one. The only other time they appeared, in the original stuff, I guess, not even in the original series. And so I thought maybe we would actually get another like convenience store scene or something. I feel like it's not even out of the question, but. It does. I guess I assume that the convenience store was just like a convenience store in New Mexico. I didn't necessarily think it represented, like another world or something. I guess I imagined the woodsman entering,
but from where,
or surrounding this. Well, we kind of see one of them like descend in 1956. So I guess I imagine they just sort of.
See, I thought they descended. I thought he descended because they were already on Earth through this atomic bomb portal thing or something.
Well, so I guess I thought they went through the portal and then like somehow convened at the convenience store. For some reason, like somehow the convenience store was, I don't know, maybe that's where the portal was. Maybe it was some kind of focal point. I don't know why exactly. I don't know why it wasn't destroyed. But
well, it wasn't.
But yeah,
I mean, I assume it wasn't in the blast radius.
Well, I guess not, but I would expect it to be. I don't know. It's. Like, I don't totally understand, but yeah, I assumed it was a real convenience store that they were drawn to for some reason, and I don't know exactly why that would be.
Well, yeah, I could see that. I guess to me it came off as this was sort of their world or something. I guess because the smoke. The time playing very weird, speeding up and slowing down and going backwards and all that stuff was really weird. And with the smoke coming out of the place, I sort of thought, I thought this was like sort of their place, and we were, cause it's weird, but, cause they're kind of convening, kind of mingling. Is that the joke? Convenience, like store. They store something here. Maybe that's supposed to be a connection. Yeah, okay, I can see that. I guess I just thought the oversimplistic version of what's happening is that the atomic bomb opened a portal and these beings came through that portal and we were seeing them go through the portal basically. But your version would be like, we don't see them come through the portal per se. We just they're already here. So are you thinking that the woodsmen just exist on our world already and then the bomb just drew them towards it?
It's a hard one. Maybe, it's hard to tell. I guess, from what I'm saying, like, it means that we haven't really seen the woodsmen in their natural habitat.
Here's an interpretation. maybe the woodsman, like the idea of the spirits and Ghostwood and all that. Maybe they do sort of normally exist in our plane of existence on Earth. And then the atomic bomb goes off, and then they literally convene to discuss or to respond to this new thing that the humans are doing. And maybe their response to that is creating or having the experiment send Bob and the eggs to Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's interesting. They're actually behind that.
Yeah, and that's I could maybe buy that, like that the idea that because when they go into the store, things get fucking crazy. Like it seems like it seems like it comes off cost like creation to me, or some sort of catalyst, is going off, and then we get the experiment and Bob and the eggs coming towards us, literally.
Right.
So maybe that's it. I did want to think that this was sort of tying into the idea of the purple place and all these other realities that are out there, the sort of thing we saw when Cooper was flying through non-existence or whatever, and that the woodsmen are other things that were out there too, not necessarily from the Black Lodge. And then the bomb sort of opened a portal and they came through. That was my initial reaction. But I see what you're saying though. And I could buy that. Honestly, I love I like the idea of them convening, and that's why it's a convenience store. That really helps me out there.
Good. Yeah, why not?
Yeah. But the store did look weird, so that's another reason I thought it was their world. It's just super weird and stylized. There is stairs on the side, by the way. I'm looking at the image. On the right hand side of the building, there's some stairs, so maybe that's supposed to go to the roof, but that idea of being above it is interesting.
Right. Yeah.
And even
and of course we're pre maybe that stuff happening. So,
yeah. Well, and I was gonna say, even the convenience store scene in Fire Walk with Me, they are convening too. It's a very clear convenience.
Definitely.
Convenient. What is it? What word am I looking for? Convening?
Convening, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna go with that for now. That the woodsman, and then because that actually helps with the idea that they are on Bob's side. If they solicited him or created him or something. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's a good point. I guess I assumed that the dependence was the other way around, but it is true that we see them first.
Mm-hmm.
So it does seem like they got there first at the very least. That's an interesting idea. Like somehow, like the woodsmen were more important than we thought they were.
Mm-hmm.
When we saw them in Fire Walk with Me, like, they're kind of monitoring things, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
You could view it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was always interesting.
Creation.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting, that one woodsman next to that, like, electrical machine, I thought that was interesting, once you kind of realize how important electricity is to these beings and what's happening and sort of this idea of communicating through these devices and stuff.
Right.
So yeah, it's interesting. I'm scared if the woodsmen are always here though. Like, because I mean, I guess that's the other thing I want to have happen too is like a sort of cause and effect of the explosion. You know, like the woodsmen weren't an effect on our planet before this or something. You know, and maybe that could still be true. You know, but you know, like, are we supposed to believe that they, you know, were out terrorizing people forever? You know, or is this a new thing? You know, because it comes across like a new thing. You know, like even to have a, you know, got a light, you know, that first thing when the couple shows up and all that stuff. It seems like, you know, or at least it comes across like they just got to this area or something like that, you know,
Right.
and they were sort of exploring or whatever. So yeah, yeah, I can't really piece together the visual sequence for after the Bob scene, the Bob Blob thing, and the golden orb. I don't get the golden orb at all.
Oh yeah.
And or maybe this is supposed to be a different thing, or maybe it's like
Could be.
like a you know the what is it, the law of thermodynamics or whatever it is, the equal and opposite forces, you know, so like
right,
the Bob coming or whatever necessitated an equal and opposite force, so that's why you get that like explosion fire stuff.
Yeah, well, it does seem like it set off an alarm.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, yeah, maybe, yeah, maybe the orb is some kind of reflection of that, some kind of way the alarm is transmitted or something.
Yeah, and you know the giant guy is tied to gold, you know, and there's a golden orb, so something. Yeah,
maybe that's with an orb.
Maybe that's his creation, like that's him being created. But you know, then we cut to the purple place and he's there.
Yeah.
So was that a flashback? The golden orb is a flashback or something, or you know, because he's here already and he's old.
Yeah. See, I'm assuming that they were already there. You know, before the bomb. The giant and Senorita Dido, like that they were already there in the purple place, you know, before the atomic bomb test, before the woodsman, before Bob's creation, all that stuff. That's how it seems to me. You know, what were they doing there? I don't really know, but you know, it's like once we like take up the story from their point of view, like it kind of makes more, like what they do makes more sense to me. Somehow, I guess, like I have a clearer sense of like what the you know, cause and effect relationships are. That makes sense.
Well, it's weird
in that sequence.
Yeah, it's all makes sense until the gold particles come out of his head, and then there's another golden orb, and then Laura's in it or something, or what, I don't know.
Well, it makes sense to me on a cause and effect level. I mean, you know, I can't necessarily explain that. Like, why is he doing that? What does that mean? I have no idea really, but yeah, just in terms of like, because I feel like in this first sequence, I can't even establish like, you know, first A and then because of A, B, you know, like I'm not even clear on that, with some of these things. And with the giant part of the story, at least, like I do get the sense, you know, because I feel like there's some attempt to like spell out what they're reacting to, you know, and I guess that's, you know, that would have been nice for me with Experiment and the Woodsman and stuff. Like if the Woodsman like created Experiment to create Bob because of the atomic bomb, I don't know. I guess I wish I guess that was there was a way they could have told us that the way they kind of told us what the giant was reacting
But
to.
didn't they? In your heart, didn't they?
I forgot they told me in my heart. So
Yeah.
do you want to move into this
Yeah,
this
yeah, we
segment here?
can. Yeah, yeah, we got to.
Okay. I mean, obviously this it's heavy mythology stuff we'll have to come back to as we learn more. Um, but I think for now it's hard to it's hard to really understand what's happening there. So, might as well just go to the next thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so where last we left off, we're flying up to a large structure on an island. We're in the purple place. We go inside. So inside we see Senorita Dido. I believe I believe this is the same room or possibly related to the room we saw in the first scene of the new series, with the phonograph playing in the background. I
Mm-hmm.
know that was in the first scene. That whole like listen to the sounds thing. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
Senorita Dido is sitting on a couch. There's a large device in the room that starts beeping. Um, the giant, who, just for the record, is credited as a string of question marks.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think we mentioned that earlier, but like, they don't necessarily want to call that the giant, which is fine. I mean, they're calling Mike Philip Gerard, so their credit choices are a little weird sometimes. But I don't know if that means they're going to reveal something, or if they just don't want to like specify a name like the giant. I
Well,
don't know.
they credit him as 7 question marks. So maybe there's
Yeah.
7 questions. And once
Oh
we
God.
answer those 7 questions, we'll get his name. No, I don't know. And I even wonder, like, is it a question mark per letter of his name, or does his name not have a translation, or is
Mm-hmm.
or is he an unknown entity, and therefore his
Those all
name
seem like
cannot be
possibilities.
known?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking they were going for, but
Hmm.
the other stuff is definitely a possibility. I
And here's the
mean,
thing.
you
Here's
know,
the thing that might be true is tell me if this is true that um you know the giant is a name that was given to him. So
right.
maybe all the credits are what people's would call themselves basically, and he wouldn't call himself the
Mhm.
giant. So maybe that's it. Maybe it's like
The
you
Phil
know
Gerard thing's weird though on that front.
why.
Well, because Philip Gerard was like you know the guy that I mean, I guess it's a little muddled with that whole story, but I mean, ostensibly he was the real person that Mike was possessing,
Mm-hmm.
you know? Um, and it doesn't seem like that's really what he is anymore. The shoe salesman.
Yeah. Well, so you're thinking
Because
he
once
should
he
be
stopped
credited.
taking his drugs, he was like, my name is Mike. His name is Bob. He was very clear
Mm-hmm.
about who he was, and yeah, it's just strange to me to call him the name that the name of his host, basically. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it's kind of like calling Bob Leland Palmer, you know.
Well, Mike Philip Gerard is a special case, right? Because we
I
haven't
agree.
we
I
haven't
agree. Like
seen
I said, it's
him
muddled.
you haven't seen him outside of his Philip Gerard form.
True.
So I think there was some unification there. That's the sense that I get. Maybe when he cut his arm off or something, they look the same, or maybe at a certain point, Philip Gerard entered the Black Lodge, and now he and Mike are the same or something. Um, Yeah, his mind was erased, or something, and he's all Mike. But the question, well, why isn't he credited as Mike? Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird one. But that's kind of an
Yeah,
outlier. The rest of the people are kind of fit the case that I'm saying. So maybe that's the
yeah,
idea
yeah, yeah.
behind the giant is that's not his name.
Right, right. And that's a good point. I don't think that is supposed to be his name. Um, so anyway, the giant comes out. I mean, we'll just call him the giant because
Mm-hmm.
like I mean, we don't have another name for him. So and that's kind of what he's known as in the Twin Peaks world
When I
until we
call him,
get, you know, go ahead.
I was gonna say when I call him question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark. I don't see any reason not to do
I think
that.
that's a question that uh, doesn't need to be asked.
Too late. I already asked it.
True, true.
All right.
So the giant comes out and flips off the device. I guess that's what he does. He looks at Senorita Dido and then he walks away. He goes up some stairs. He enters some kind of movie theater and watches the sequence that we just saw, that we just talked about. So, it's kind of like uh, it's kind of like previously on Twin Peaks, like synopsis of the previous segment. Like to me, this is actually super interesting because they don't show the whole thing. I mean, it would be hilarious to make us watch that entire sequence again in this
Mm-hmm.
movie theater. It really just cuts to certain key moments. And so it kind of helps, I think, at least for me, it helps me like summarize what are the key features to pay attention to story wise
Yeah.
about that sequence. And so we see the bomb, we see the woodsman outside the store, and then we see Experiment vomiting the Bob orb.
Mm-hmm.
And clearly, the Bob orb is the focus. The image freezes there
Yeah.
with Bob's face on the screen. So clearly, he's focused on that. He then the giant levitates. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Senorita Dido enters the theater. Some gold stuff, light starts to emerge from the giant's head.
Mm-hmm.
And then a gold orb comes out of the stream of gold and floats down to Senorita Dido, who grabs it from the air. And we see Laura Palmer's face in the orb,
Mm-hmm.
and then Senorita Dido, I guess, kisses the orb and then lets it float into some kind of device, the whatever we called it earlier,
Mm-hmm.
a trumpet or I don't know, space bassoon or something, that then launches it, I guess, to Earth.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's that segment.
That's that segment. So there's a lot to talk about. I do think it is like I totally agree with you. It is very interesting to get this kind of like 3-beat recap of that segment from the Giants'
Yeah.
perspective and yeah, I mean you do get that clear sense. This thing happened, then this thing happened, then this thing happened. So something like the
Yeah.
Woodsman creating or calling forth Bob happened, and
Yeah.
that was a problem. So there's a lot of interesting things. The fact that the giant cares is interesting. The fact that he's got some sort of monitoring system is interesting. I'm unclear as to what the alarm was really about, and how the time really works here. Because is it the alarm went off when the explosion happened, but then when he gets to the theater, he's seeing sort of a playback. Or is it when he gets to the theater, he's seeing, this stuff in sort of real time? Is it like he's got like a video security system on Earth or something, and like when there's an intruder or some big event or something, the camera activates and like records the sort of like pertinent stuff, and so he can go and play back and watch what happened. That's kind of what it seems like. But is this here's questions we can't answer. Is this like a personal mission? Is this job? Is this expected? He's got some sort of system to alert him to this. So in some sense, it's expected.
Right.
Of note is these Bell machines. I'm really surprised that there's more of them. We keep seeing them.
Yeah.
And so they seem to have different functions. I don't know why there's so many. I think there's like at least 3 we see in this segment. I don't know why Dido is just sitting there waiting. I thought it was hilarious how long the alarm was going off, and then the giant finally steps from behind the thing as if he was there the whole time, just standing there. And I don't know if we're supposed to think that, or did he warp in, or did he walk through a door that we can't see the entrance of?
Right.
Did he come from the machine itself? It's very, very strange, to say the least. The phonograph is interesting. Why everything is so old-timey is interesting. This like 20s era or something, maybe.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
Sort of like a silent movie vibe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, can you answer any of those questions for me, please?
You asked a bunch of questions, right? No. I mean, I guess I assumed he was already there.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that, did he come through a door? Was he standing there the whole time? It's like Schrodinger's
giant.
Yeah.
It's because it's like if he was there the whole time, why did he let the alarm go on for so long?
Yeah, it went on pretty long. Although, like, once he walks out, he doesn't go straight to flip it off. Like, he kind of walks forward for a bit and kind of pauses. You know what I mean? It's a bit of
he looks over to her and she gives him a look.
Yeah.
So it's like not that urgent. It's urgent enough to have an alarm for, but then he kind of goes forward, and then I don't know what he's looking at. What are you looking at? He looks
exactly.
past the camera.
He's looking off in the distance. Yeah, you can't really tell. It's strange.
Like no dialogue, right? Just some looks. Just a couple looks.
No dialogue at all.
Why she's a senorita? I'm very curious.
It's very strange. I don't know. I don't know who that figure is supposed to be, or if we're even supposed to understand. It's just someone some kind of ally of the Giants.
Yeah.
Who like lives in his world and
her job is to kiss the orbs.
I guess so. Somebody's got to do it.
Someone's got to kiss the orbs. I found the whole machine. Why is gold so important here? So all that machinery above in the ceiling is all in color. So there's this like highlighting of the color gold, which is interesting.
And the gold reminds me of the golden bee that was left after Dougie sort of regressed or whatever happened with him.
It seems like gold is representing some sort of higher form or something, you know, it's magic or something like that.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Yeah.
but it's just
Uh,
weird how it happened. Like just the deep, you know, it's one thing to have a giant levitate, and it's another thing to like have a gold nebula come out of his face. Um, but like
yeah.
it just the placement of it, like we oddly next to the machinery up there, and like the orb. You know, it's not like if I was writing this and I had even gotten close to this idea. You know, I think I would have had the gold come out of his head and fly into the machine above, and then the orb comes
Right.
out of that, and then the orb goes into the picture. You know what I mean? It's so interesting that like just how, you know, and then like having him next to the machine. So is he? It's almost like he's part of the machine now or something, or the machine is allowing him to do that or facilitating that gold nebula creation.
Right.
And what even is that? That's what I want to talk about. What even is that?
The orb?
The orb.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
gold
Well,
particles from his face
it's
head.
Laura Palmer or something.
Is that her, or is that just a picture of her?
I mean, you know, I think it's supposed to represent her in some way. You know, I don't know exactly in what sense. I mean, I don't think it's her in a sort of literal way,
I guess.
but
Do you
her
think it's her the
spirit,
way?
or
Do you think it's her the way the Borb is Blob?
I do. I think it's something like that. Um, you know, because yeah, I think Bob, you know, can take other forms. You know, he doesn't have to look like that. But yeah, it's some kind of representation of the essence. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and the creations are similar too. You know, that like something coming out of some being's like
Yeah.
head area, and you know, floating in a blob with a face on it. Like I think the parallel between the two, you know, and they had Bob's face like freeze there, like that. This is the kind
Yeah.
of reactionary reaction creation thing. Like I do think. I mean, the weird thing, obviously, is that Laura is, as far as we know, and you know, let's open up the possibility that they're going to change this. But as far as we know, you know, a human being.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Bob, not really.
Oh man, if
As
Laura is a fairy, oh man, if she's a fae, it's over. Um, yeah, the I guess the only thing I thought the thing that made I definitely think you're right about the parallel there between the creations of the of orb people. But with the Bob one, like Bob was like alive in there. You know, it wasn't like a still image. He was like moving in there. And with the Laura thing, it's just
true.
this like freeze frame picture. So that's why it sort of seemed different, but it could be a distinction without a difference or something like that. But that's
Yeah, I mean
why.
they use that like prom photo or whatever, the
Mm-hmm.
famous one, you know,
And
which
maybe
doesn't
that's
move.
yeah. Yeah, it's weird, but yeah, maybe it doesn't matter, but it's supposed to be the same kind of idea. So, but what does that mean? That she's, you know, first of all, it's the wrong time period, right? So it's not like or I
You're saying
guess
Laura Palmer wasn't born in
I
1945?
don't think she was. Um so it's the idea like oh, they're sending their bad guy to Earth. We're gonna send our good girl to Earth, and they're gonna and this is gonna like neutralize Bob or something. Like, is that
That's the
supposed to
impression I
be
have.
like
Yeah.
like the whole idea was that in a couple decades, in several decades, this will play out,
Yeah.
and so Bob is so Laura could possibly be a trap for Bob. She's the
Right.
anti-Bob.
Yeah.
That's weird. That's a
It is
very
weird.
weird. That's a very weird idea.
It's definitely the kind of thing where it's like, I mean, I think we could call this a retcon.
Mm-hmm.
You know, assuming that's true. I mean, you know, anytime you go back to like the origin of a series and you try to like reframe what it was about, you know, that's usually retcon. You know, it just reminds me of like, you know, you know, changing where Harry's rules came from in Dexter,
Mm-hmm.
or, you know, like going back and saying like that thing that you understood from the beginning, you know,
There was something. There
it
was something else going on there, and
there was some extra thing you were missing, yeah, that was kind of like, you know, the reason why it happened.
mm-hmm.
You know, whereas like the impression we have from the series and from Fire Walk with Me, the original series, um, is that, you know, Bob possessed Leland, you know, seemingly just because he was there. I mean, seemingly just because like he was next door or he just happened to be in the area. I mean, you know what I mean? There's no
Mm-hmm.
clear reason why he possessed Leland, and you know, because he possessed Leland, he's there, you know, to abuse Laura later and to obviously eventually kill her later.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the idea that they were sort of fated to come together, you know, it kind of changes everything as
Yep.
far as that story goes, like what that story was about. Um, and you know, seemingly, I mean, Laura didn't seem to really know that was the case, but I guess that's another thing that you know, made me think that this next segment of the part in 1956, when we see the egg thing, like because we just saw the Lorb like floating to Earth, I really thought, you know, um, uh, you know, the egg was the orb, you know, that was
Mm-hmm.
Laura,
Mm-hmm.
and so I thought, well, that means girl has to be Sarah Palmer, and you know, this is some kind of, you know, this is some kind of attempt to like show like how it worked, like how did that thing become Laura Palmer, you know, how did that thing from 1945 become Laura Palmer, you know. Now I'm not convinced that the egg has anything to do with Laura Palmer. Um,
Yeah, I think the egg is
although
on the
although
Bob side.
yeah, I agree, I agree, although the boy and girl thing is still, you know, sort of up in the air, but I do feel like if they're telling us that Laura was sent, you know, like I guess I'm wondering if they're gonna try to say that, you know, Laura being a spirit in the Black Lodge or something like is a different kind of thing because of this, you
Mm-hmm.
know, that maybe like, you know, like Mike or something, you know, she was always somewhat more than human.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, are they, I mean, because it doesn't seem like most people have this, right? Like most people on Earth don't have like, you know, this celestial giant, you know, sending out orbs with their face on it, you know,
Yeah. It's
launching them to Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's still room for the orb not to be the creation of Laura. You know, it could be some other idea of protection of her or something. Something like that. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. The time period's tough. I mean, but that's the thing. Like, I mean, I could see not necessarily David Lynch doing this, but I could see this idea of like, they seem a little too young. But if the boy and the girl have sex or are about to have sex or something, and then the orb flies into her stomach, and it's this weird immaculate conception or something
Right.
like that. But again, the time period is very strange. This should be too early for Laura to
Yeah,
be
Laura
born
shouldn't be
anytime
born in
soon.
1956 either. Yeah. Yeah, or
Um,
within a year. So yeah, there's just
yeah,
no
and
the
yeah, this is all very weird. And I mean, this that can't, that can't be Leland, right? Like,
Well, yeah. I mean, not only that, it's fun. It's New Mexico. I mean, it's not
mm-hmm.
even Twin Peaks, you know. So
Yeah.
it's just weird. I mean, I always assumed that we were meant to assume that, I mean, Leland clearly grew up in Twin Peaks. I mean, he was as an 8-year-old, he was in the area.
Mm-hmm.
So like, oh yeah, except for that time when I was in New Mexico and I met Sarah there. Like
Yeah, but wasn't it like a summer home that he was going to that was next to Bob or something?
yeah, summer, yeah,
Yeah, so
definitely.
it could be he lived in New Mexico and they summered in Washington.
Oh, well, I thought they said that the Palmer family was a part of Twin Peaks, like going back. Maybe I'm
Mm-hmm.
wrong. I thought they said that they weren't just summering there, but I guess that's an interesting
I don't know.
point.
For some reason,
Maybe
I
that's
forgot.
true.
Yeah, I thought maybe because maybe they said it was like a lake house or something weird that made me think they summered there, and that's not actually true.
Yeah.
Um, but
Yeah. No, I mean, I do think it was a summer thing, but I guess I thought they still lived in Twin Peaks. They just summered on the lake.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I mean, that was what I always envisioned.
But would you have
Um,
two houses in the same city, just have one closer to the lake?
yeah. I mean, for scenery.
Not impossible. Not impossible. I guess. Maybe it's a timeshare. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I do kind of think this boy and girl are not Sarah and Leland or anything like that. I think it's just other people, just like there's other characters in this New Mexico town that are a part of what's going on here. Um,
Right. Well, do you want to talk about that part?
yeah, I mean,
Are you?
yeah, I guess I don't have much else to say about the giant theater thing. Yeah, I'm still confused about the orb going through Earth and why everything's in black and white is an interesting question, but everything but the
Oh
gold.
yeah. Right. Yeah, the gold stuff. I mean, it puts Laura Palmer like in the middle of the mythology, not just as an innocent bystander,
Mm-hmm.
or like random like victim, I guess,
Yeah.
who just happened to get in the way,
Mm-hmm.
like the people in the radio station,
Yeah.
like they're just there, and so they end up getting killed, but that doesn't mean like, the giant sent an orb for them,
Mm-hmm.
and I guess I always thought, obviously like Laura got, into some like deep weirdness, but it wasn't clear to me that we were supposed to think, that there was like fate involved, or
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean. Larger forces were dictating their conflict beyond just Bob alone.
Yeah, it's like Jacob and Man in Black and Lost, where it's like, oh, here's
Yeah,
these like this different strata of conflicts, and oh, you just thought it was on this level. It's like, no, here's the forces that instigated the other stuff. What's weird though
yeah.
is
The forces
like,
behind Bob, the forces behind Laura, and
yeah,
some.
yeah. What's interesting is there's like it goes from 1945 to 1956. But I mean, how are we supposed to gel that with what we just saw with Bob and Laura sort of seemingly coming there, or the setup was 45, right? So
Right.
does it take them that long to get there, or did they only really appear there in 40 in 56? You know what I mean? Like I find that strange, because it's like they cut to the desert in 45 and then advance time to make it seem like everything we
Right.
saw before was from 45.
Right. Yeah,
So
yeah,
did
yeah,
she get?
definitely.
So did she get to Earth in 45, or did she get to Earth in 56?
Are you saying the
Because
egg is Laura?
not the egg. I mean the orb. Clearly, the orb got to Earth. I
Oh,
don't. I
okay.
don't know if I don't think it's the egg because we saw. It shouldn't be the egg. We saw the egg come from a different place, right?
Yeah,
The
yeah, yeah.
eggs
Good
were in
point.
the
Okay,
Bob
okay.
thing.
I was
So
just making sure. But
yeah, yeah,
yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
But the orb was the lorb was headed to Earth. Presumably it got there, but it makes it seem like, um, you know, I guess maybe the egg didn't get there till 56, but who knows when the Laura got there? I guess or the lorb.
Right.
Yeah, the egg thing is weird. Yeah, okay, we can go to this part. You want to talk about this part?
Okay. So then we kind of flash forward to 1956. It just says New Mexico desert. I guess it's supposed to be the same general area, um, but not exactly necessarily the same area. Anyway, it's still New Mexico. We see an egg on the ground hatch, and some kind of insect creature emerges from the egg. Then we see two characters who are only credited as boy and girl, so I'm just gonna have to call them boy and girl.
Mm-hmm.
Walking by a gas station slash convenience store, you might call it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Girl finds a penny. Uh, then we see a woodsman float to the ground, joined by others. Uh, then a couple drive down the road. A woodsman stands in front of the car, comes up to the man driving, and says, "Got a light," over and over. Uh, that they manage to pull away before anything happens further. Um, then boy and girl continue to walk and talk. They arrive at the girl's home. Boy asks for a kiss. She reluctantly agrees. Girl goes inside. Then we go back to the woodsman walking towards a radio station. We see inside the radio station there's a disc jockey and a receptionist. We also see some people listening to the radio, a mechanic, a woman in a diner, and the girl at home. The woodsman enters the radio station, says, "Got a light," to the receptionist, and then grabs her head, killing her. Then he walks in, grabs the DJ in a similar way. He pulls off the record. He grabs the microphone and says, "This is the water and this is the well. Drink full and descends. The horse is the white of the eyes and dark within." He says that a few times. As this happens, we see the same people listening, and they pretty much all pass out.
Mm-hmm.
Then we see the insect crawling some more. We see the girl listening to the radio. She falls asleep. The insect crawls up to the girl's house, flies in the window. The girl opens her mouth, and the insect crawls inside. Then the woodsman says the poem one more time, crushes the DJ's skull. I guess that's what happened. Then the woodsman walks out of the radio station, walks into the darkness, and we hear the sound of a horse whinnying distantly. That's from the closed captioning. And that's the end of the episode, or the part.
Mm-hmm. Well, and then we get the credits with the girl sleeping with the smile on her face, sort of, and
right.
Yeah. So this all made sense to me.
So I just went through that whole sequence. So I mean, there's a clear narrative here, right? There's like cause and effect. There's like A and then B. I think for me, like the real question is like what does it mean? Like what's happening? You know? Who are these people? Like, does it matter? Are boy and girl like characters that we're gonna know? Either characters from the original series or perhaps other characters from the new series that we've either already met or will meet. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? Like, do they have any significance as characters, or is their story just here to, to like illustrate certain concepts that they're going to come back to, like the woodsman, this bug thing, this insect thing. You know what I mean? Like, are they just
Mm-hmm.
introducing those ideas, or do those characters matter? You know,
Yes.
it's not clear. Like crediting them so vaguely makes it really unclear for me.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what I think is happening. I think Bob is basically in the creature thing.
You think
Uh,
Bob is the okay?
yeah, and
That's
I
that's the Bob. That's the Bob egg, basically.
yeah, exactly. Like the egg and the Bob fertilized the egg or something, and this creature was
Okay.
created. Or in some other sense, he needs a host, and this is his first host on Earth, basically. And so he and then we basically see Bob's first victim, perhaps it going in her mouth. um
Right. Did come in through the window.
Came in through the window. um Yeah, so that's God, that was weird. When the thing hatched, I just couldn't believe it. I was like, "What am I watching?" It looks to me like
Yeah.
something else is in that egg. I don't know what else could be in that egg. I don't know if maybe they'll cut back to this and there's another creature that comes out. But something else looks like
Hmm.
it moves in there, which is weird. Um, yeah, and so I wonder, was the girl a victim of this creature because she kissed the boy? Is this the idea behind this boy and girl, this sort of like innocent attraction or something leading to more sinister demise? You know, um, that's a question. um,
Right. Some
uh,
kind of
well,
corruption.
yeah,
I don't know.
exactly. Like you have to be sort of it's like susceptible to this or something. Like yeah, maybe she wasn't
Right.
innocent anymore or something.
Right. Right.
Um,
Right. Yikes.
yeah. And it's interesting that she finds what is she, was it a penny?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. This idea of here's some good luck, but yeah, you're not actually gonna have good luck here when this thing crawls in your mouth. And the fact that she
Yeah.
she
Those.
opened her
Yeah.
mouth, what is that about?
Yeah. 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 Did it somehow like make her
Mm-hmm.
do that?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's weird. It's very weird. So yeah, I mean, are you kind like to me? It seems like I'm totally convinced that the woodsmen are helping this thing. Um, it's not clear to me that getting everyone to pass out, really accomplished anything for them.
Well, it will if there's more creatures. And there's more creatures to go into mouths, with these people that are
Oh,
passed
okay.
out.
Sure, sure, sure.
Because there were more
But yeah,
eggs.
but then they're still helping that one. They're just helping more than
Sure,
just
yeah,
that
yeah,
one.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
they want this thing to be in people, I guess.
Yeah.
Um yeah, so going back to the beginning of this woodsman part, yeah, when the people are driving and they come across a woodsman in the road, I love that. It was such a scary scene because
Yeah.
they had already like affected some other car that was there. So you get this
Right.
weird sense of like showing up at the wrong place at the wrong time. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like, oh shit, like something's going down here.
Yeah.
Now we're accidentally a part of it. It's like it, that part in The Shining when he sees the the guy in the dog costume, you know,
Yeah,
and it's like
definitely.
oh crap, now I'm connected to this horrible thing, you know, it looked at me, you know, now I'm part of it.
Right.
Um,
Right.
yeah, it also reminded me of the people driving the car reminded me of the old grandparents in Mulholland Drive. You know there you
Yeah.
know David Lynch might be sexist. He might be racist. I don't think he's racist, but he's not ageist. I swear, he hires so many old people. Some of his best characters are old people. Seriously, and he's like
True,
throughout his
no,
whole
you're right.
career, like old people,
Yeah.
old people, old people. He loves old people.
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
yeah,
because I guess
definitely.
because they have so much character, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
yeah, this just reminded me.
And he uses that. He likes the way they move
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, their faces and yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and the
It's
older
a
he
major
gets, it's
focus.
like he likes old people because he's old.
Right, right, of course.
you
Of
know.
course.
But yeah, the God of Light thing is weird. You know, I said at the top of the podcast that I have some sense that the light is the light and fire and soul. You know that whole thing kind of connects.
Right.
You know, so we did see when the little boy got run over, fire came out of a fire spirit soul thing. So maybe that's the
Right.
light he wants, you know. I
Yeah.
also find it interesting that the way he was killing, the Wisman was killing people, was very similar to how Bob took Wyndham Earle's soul, you know, with the like hand on the head.
Oh
And,
yeah.
you know, Wyndham Earle had fire come out of his head, and these people had blood come out of their head. But I thought that was kind of an interesting connection, and so maybe he's doing a similar sort of thing to them
Yeah, you're right.
As Bob was doing to Wyndham Earle.
It also
Um,
seemed to me like when he would say "got a light," like they were hypnotized or somehow I don't know, like transfixed or like they had this weird reaction. Like so, especially the guy of the couple, he seemed like completely
I yeah,
unable to like break the spell or
I
whatever.
got
His wife seemed like more like, come on, let's get out of here,
mm-hmm,
like moving around and like acting, scared and upset and like wanting to leave.
mm-hmm,
But like when he walks in the radio station and the receptionist sees it, like she's just kind of like, I don't know, like put in this weird state, and the DJ does the same thing where like they don't run away, they
yeah.
just seem like frozen there, like unable to um,
Yeah,
do anything.
yeah, it's like they're drawn into the darkness or something, and yeah, I
Yeah,
got the sense that yeah, they're so otherworldly that you and especially with the couple. I mean, they do play it out with the perception as time kind of slows down, but with the couple, you get the sense of with the flashing light and everything that like time is behaving strangely in this moment. You know, the God of Light moment,
right.
and and he's kind of being drawn in and like yeah, it's very interesting. I don't know what to make of it. What does he really want? I was just like, why does he have a cigarette? Where did he get that cigarette from? I mean, did he
Yeah,
get it from
yeah.
the other people in the first car? And he literally wants a light because he's never smoked a cigarette and he wants to try it.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, that's interesting.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
It is very strange. It is very strange to walk around with a cigarette when you're this like I don't
mhm.
know, like quasi ethereal
It
being.
was
Like
also strange that he walked so much, considering he floated down in the first place.
right, right. Yeah.
So, and that was another thing that made me think, on the first watch is that they had come to Earth. That was like him coming there or something like that.
Right, right.
But again, we descend from pure air. Is a
Yeah,
quote,
yeah.
so that's literally
That
what he
is.
did.
You're right. You're
Um,
right.
but that would put the Man from Another Place and those convenience store people in the same kind of pantheon. they're definitely connected somehow.
Yeah,
And does that mean
yeah.
that like Mike was a woodsman, and maybe Mike's original form he would look like these woodsman characters, and at some point, he's now looking like Philip Gerard all the time?
Hmm.
Um,
Well, yeah, I guess that's the question I have. Like, where does the Black Lodge fit into all this? Because they didn't really tell us anything about the Black Lodge, you
mhm.
know? It told stuff about the convenience store, the woodsman, obviously the giant, Bob, Laura, but the Black Lodge, Mike, the man from another place. I guess they're related, so whatever. Um, but like, is that a realm that existed already, just like the Giants, crazy
Mhm.
world, the kind of purple place, is it something like that, or is it a new place that has
Yeah.
something to do with Bob?
It
You know,
is interesting that the woodsmen are all in black and white. The Black Lodge is there is a Black Lodge, White Lodge. There's a black and white thing there. Of course, the
right?
floor is brown and white, not black and white as it's often depicted. The zigzag floor. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, did they create the Black Lodge? Did they find it? Like it's a place they didn't know about before?
Right.
Yeah, because if they can get there from the convenience store, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it obviously what goes without saying. It just calls all of the previous mythology into question. You know,
Yeah.
when you say, there's one of my favorite movies, this old '80s kids adventure movie called Explorers with like River Phoenix and Ethan Hawke, and it's about these kids who basically create a spaceship and they go off into space. And spoiler alert, they find aliens, and it's this like crazy whole
Hmm.
sequence, and they hang out with the aliens. And basically, what you find out in the end is that the aliens are actually like, basically kids who stole their parents' car and went off
Oh.
on their own adventure. Because at the end, like the parents,
Oh.
the alien parents show up in a bigger ship and are bigger. You know what I mean? So
Right.
it sort of reminds me of that. Like any time when you're like, oh no, these aren't the real, what's the word? Uh, Top tier thing or whatever. Like these aren't the top
Yeah.
of the food chain. This other thing's the top of the food chain.
Right.
It's always strange when that happens. But yeah, it reminds me of that. Like, okay, are the woodsmen like bigger than the man from another place and Mike? Are they the same? Um, are they, are Mrs.
Yeah, I mean,
Tremont and her
how is Mike gonna meet
grandson?
Bob and they start killing together? I mean,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
that whole idea, like that kind of seems weird. Yeah, Mrs. Tremont and the grandson, that's a good point. Like, where are they supposed to fit in? Not clear.
Yeah, the jumping
They were sort
man.
of over by the woodsman in that convenience store scene,
Mm-hmm.
but that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Yeah, and going back to Garmonbozia, right? Like, it
Oh
doesn't
yeah,
seem like they're looking for Garmonbozia.
not
Uh,
really.
so is it? Yeah, I'm curious if we're gonna see the origin of that or something, or that whole
Yeah.
idea.
I mean, they are like to a certain extent spreading pain, but yeah, I mean, there's no talk of like, get the Garmonbozia.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta send our bugs out so we can get the Garmonbozia.
And yeah,
I don't
now
know. We'll see
we
if they
now
even
we need
mention that at
an
all.
yeah now we need an origin for the woodsmen. Like, where are they
Right,
from?
right.
What is their deal?
Yeah, yeah,
Because the thing about the Black
yeah.
Lodge entities were okay, they're at the Black Lodge. There's a portal where they can come through, and do things, but they're not from our planet, and then
Right.
now it seems like maybe the woodsmen are here all the time. We're always here. Is that a thing?
Yeah.
You know, he knows how to use the radio.
Yeah.
Why is
Yeah.
but like why is now the time? What about that atomic explosion made this the time to do this thing with the
Right.
radio and the bug?
Right. Yeah. 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 Exactly. I mean, did it just take 11 years for the eggs to hatch? I mean, like, or were they deposited later? Like, I don't know what we're supposed to think there.
Or it took 11 years for them to fly through space and hit Earth.
Oh, it took a lot. Yeah, they had to fly there first. Yeah, maybe.
yeah. I mean, where were they? Or maybe, I mean, maybe that's the thing. Maybe we go into the atomic bomb and we go into the mushroom cloud, and maybe within there somewhere in some dimension is where the experiment woman is. And so when she vomits out Bob, like he comes basically through the cloud or something, or in the eggs or something like that. So maybe it's not like literally in space or something, because that would be weird. It didn't look like space. It
Right.
didn't really look like space.
No,
Um,
no, no.
but she was in some sort
Uh,
of dimension. Uh,
right. The context really wasn't clear at all.
hmm
It's one of those things where, I mean, they showed a lot of the steps, but the story could have been made clearer. I mean, if they kind of showed like where the Bob thing went, then if they showed like Bob's face on this egg
hmm
that's on the ground, you know what I
And that's
mean?
what's
Like they could
weird.
have
Yeah, they
spelled it
showed
out a little more.
where the egg went. That helped sort of,
Right,
because we knew the egg was with Bob.
right,
But yeah, it's not clear. Did they go to the same place in New Mexico? Did Bob go to Washington? Like with
right,
the
right.
trajectory, a slight change in angle over a long distance,
Sure.
will have an effect. So,
Yeah.
and this, even the idea that Bob is sort of fully formed too is interesting. Was Bob just always Bob?
Right,
Like,
right. He just came out like Bob,
mm-hmm.
all bobbed up
All,
immediately,
yeah.
like knowing that he should like have long hair and wear a jean jacket and all that
His
stuff.
sense of style is innate, literally. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
jeez.
that's weird.
And why does it matter? Who's doing, like, it's so interesting, what the giant is doing, why does that matter? What the Bob comes to Earth or whatever. Why does that matter? Is this an unusual thing? Is this a war for the planet? Like the giant has to keep the woodsman in check, or they'll take over. But it seems like they have the power to do more damage. I mean, they seem sort of impervious, to harm in a way, So it seems like
Yeah.
if they wanted to kill everyone, they probably could, So that
Right.
doesn't seem to be their goal. Yeah, I
I mean,
want
now
to.
that we know how dangerous they could be, like the one walking down the hall seems like,
Mm-hmm.
like potentially more of a threat than I really thought at the time.
Yeah.
Um, Another thing I was gonna say, I feel like there might be a connection here with the white horse.
Oh, for
You
sure.
know, like he talks about a horse in the poem that he says over and over again, and also when he walks into the darkness, we hear a horse whinnying sound,
Mm-hmm. And we saw the
which
horse
is,
in the Black Lodge.
and we saw the horse in the Black Lodge. Yeah, so is that some kind of connection there, like the horses are the horses of the woodsman? I mean, is that what they're telling us? Maybe.
Um. Well, I was reading someone talking about the symbolism of the show and the idea that a pale horse, from the Bible, symbolizes death, and so we did see Sarah Palmer see the horse
Right.
before Maddie died.
Right.
So that's the best explanation of the horse I've heard, is some sort of harbinger of death. So maybe that's I think that would fit in here if they're about to embark on some sinister plan.
Yeah.
But yeah, is the horse a thing? Is it a real entity with its own goals and
Oh
motivations?
God. Oh God. We
Yeah,
have to worry about what the horse wants.
we might have to worry about what the horse wants. Um,
I was just surprised to hear a horse sound. Like you know what I mean? It could have just ended with the woodsman walking away. It didn't. I mean, there's no obvious reason why there needs to be a horse involved.
mm-hmm.
So it strikes me as an odd thing, and I guess since the horse is also in the poem, it seems like there's something. It seems like there's some point about a horse here.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know exactly what it is, but yeah, they did specifically show the horse earlier in the season. So yeah, maybe they're gonna say more about the Black Lodge horse and whatever it's harbinging.
Yeah. Oh, it's harbinging, all right. Yeah. This is the water, and this is the well. Drink full and descend. Yeah, I mean, it seems like he's calling forth other woodsmen, and like the sense I got was he's saying, basically, "Hey guys, it's free buffet time. Come on out and have your fill."
Right.
And then the horse of the wily eyes and dark within. Um, maybe that's some statement about the people that are hosts, potential hosts. Maybe that says some the eyes are the windows of the soul. Maybe he's saying, I know, maybe there's some sort of directions on how to sort of like take them over or something. It's very, very strange. But yeah, this first part to me that seems like a call to dinner almost.
Right. Yeah.
But and I guess over the radio, I was gonna say why the radio, and then answer my own question. I guess the electromagnetism, of the radio waves.
Yeah.
He's sort of broadcasting out. So I do wonder if
Yeah.
it's literally just going over the radio, or is he broadcasting it to all the woodsmen on the planet or wherever?
Right. Yeah,
But
that's
yeah,
interesting.
it's
I didn't think about that.
yeah. Because they were sort of already there. I mean, if that convenience store is in New Mexico, and we did see, them on the road accosting people. Again, that's why it came across to me like they just got to Earth, because and now they're doing this plan now that they're here. And maybe maybe the
Hmm.
bomb brought them here against their will or something. Maybe the bomb, you know, maybe they got stuck. Maybe they're stuck here. They just want to go home.
Oh no, not
and,
that
they,
story again.
and they have to just like kill the protector of Earth, aka Laura Palmer, and
Oh
or maybe they have to
no.
like inhabit her, and then they'll have the power to like go home.
Oh no. I'm not ready.
Oh man, yeah, yikes. Yeah, she says, yeah, and this whole thing of Laura taking her face off, and sort of that idea of, well, I'm not Laura, but I think I know her. What's the phrase? What does she say? I
I
think
think
that,
I know her, but sometimes my arms bend back.
Oh no, it's like I feel like I know her. Yeah, that's what I
I
feel
feel
like
like
I
I
know.
know her.
Yeah, I feel like I know her.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, so maybe the orb is not Laura, but is some sort of a good spirit thing or something that's the antithesis of Bob, and then sort of Laura sort of ends up being some sort of like hybrid manifestation of the two, and maybe that's the
Mm-hmm.
sort of dark and light side that's playing out.
Right.
Uh, if so if this girl is sort of Sarah Palmer or something, and Bob is infecting her or something weird, like maybe you know that's contributing, that's going to contribute to like the dark half of Laura, and then this orb is like gonna be the light half or something like that. That
Right.
seems very boring of an idea. I mean, just like too straightforward for David Lynch, I think.
Right. Right.
But something like that, it's at least dealing with the themes that he deals with, duality
Oh
and
yeah. Light,
goodness,
dark.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, all that stuff. Um, yeah, I just, why does she open her mouth for the frog locust thing?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a weird one. It like it seemed to me like it somehow was able to make her do that.
Yeah,
Because it didn't. I mean, there was no indication that. I mean, my impression is that the woodsman's poem thing on the radio just put her to sleep. You
yeah, and it
know.
could be that the radio thing did make her open her mouth too or something.
Yeah, but there wasn't an extra thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's the only example like that we saw. So, you know,
Yeah.
it's hard to say. But yeah, I couldn't believe she just willingly did that. I mean, I guess maybe she didn't willingly do that, but
Yeah.
it's just like, ugh, don't crawl at me,
Mm-hmm. Don't crawl in me. So, and the
insect
other thought I
thing.
had was maybe this girl isn't Sarah Palmer, but maybe she's sort of infected by this thing, and then maybe she, it comes in contact with Sarah later or Leland later and transmits it that way or something. Yeah, I kind of hope we come back to this time period and see what happens next, because does this mean that Bob is going to be in control of this girl? Is he just along for the ride? Like, is the
Right.
creature done, or is the creature going to come out later? Is it going to transmutate into something else? Because I first thought the creature, before I didn't notice the eggs in that vomit stream with Bob at first, and so I thought the creature was like this like product of the atomic bomb, like some mutated animal that was
Right. Right.
created. But
Well,
yeah.
I feel like that's sort of true, but yeah, not in a not in a normal way.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little there's a few steps before you get there.
Mm-hmm.
That just like it was exposed to a lot of radiation, and so now it's this, yeah, it's a little more like, well, you see, there was this experiment.
Yeah, why is it an experiment? I mean, does that literally mean that, like, if the Wisman created her or something, they
Right.
experimented and created that thing, and maybe they didn't,
Maybe.
know that they trying to get Bob. Maybe they didn't know they were going to get Bob. Maybe they didn't know what they were going to get.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And what
Exactly.
is Bob able to do that they can't do? Why Bob?
Why Bob? Why Bob? Why now?
Why Bob? I mean, I guess maybe that's what we'll find out is what Bob has to do with all this. I'm surprised that we had to go find, have new characters introduced, or more of an old character type introduced, to kind of get at Bob's creation and like what the ultimate plan is going to be here. But yeah,
Yeah.
I'm surprised that again. The impression I got from the show was like Bob was just around all the time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um,
This kind of eternal presence.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree. It's weird to like say no, no, no. He was created in 1945, very
Yeah,
specifically.
or came to Earth in 1945, and maybe he came from existed somehow before, yeah, I don't know. He was in a bubble. What are you gonna do?
Wasn't much of a life, you know.
Who
Life
knows
really
what's going
began
on in
for
that
him.
bubble? It's a
You think
bubble.
you think it's good?
It's
Okay.
like
I don't
it's
know.
like
It didn't look
the
very exciting to
it's like
me.
the bottle in I Dream of Genie. When you go inside, it's a lot
Hmm.
it's a lot more spacious.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Okay. Okay. If it's like that, maybe it's not so bad.
Mm-hmm. He's
I
got
guess
sort
I could
of
live with that for a while.
Persian style decor in there.
Good.
Formica tables and whatnot.
Of course. Always.
Yeah, I mean, geez.
I was gonna bring up the fact that Ray's line from earlier where he said the Bob thing was like maybe the key to what this is all about.
Mm-hmm.
So, I do think it does seem like Bob has some kind of I don't know, important role in the plot.
Mm-hmm.
Um, they're gonna make some point about I don't know what exactly his possessing Evil Cooper or
Mm-hmm.
um, maybe they're gonna I don't know, maybe they're gonna tie in the Laura Palmer stuff. There is that thing from earlier in the new series where Laura like floats away or whatever.
Yeah.
I assume we'll see her again at some point.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. The
And,
whole.
maybe that'll tie together some of these elements.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think about Bob and what the end game could be. I mean, maybe Philip Jeffries after his adventures with the people in the convenience store. I assumed he was kind of lost forever or something, but if he did sort of get back to Earth, as it seems, maybe he's trying to destroy them. Maybe if there is some plan they have, and maybe that is a part of that convenience store scene is some sense of a plan that's happening. They're sicking Bob on the world or something.
Right.
But maybe he's trying to stop that, and so maybe because when Ray says what's the key to what this is all about, like what's all this? What is the thing?
Right.
What does he think it is? Because there's no way that he can, you know, be aware of the scope of what he's dealing with here. We weren't until this
Yeah, yeah,
part.
clearly not. Clearly not. I mean, he's not saying like the whole show because he doesn't know about most of that
Mm-hmm.
stuff. But still, it suggests that at the very least for that part of the plot, Bob might play an important role. And I mean, that part of the plot seemingly is pretty significant since at least so far, Evil Cooper is the primary antagonist.
Yeah, but when he says what this is all about, and it's like, well, what this is all about is Woodsman creating Bob and Bob coming to Earth and Bob inhabiting people. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, obviously there's some other lower strata there to deal with, but like at some point those two things should intersect, right? Like he should know something. Like, is it just Mr. C? Like, is there something about Mr. C that they're trying to, kill him for some reason? So that's what this is all about, or yeah, I don't know. It's such a weird phrase because
It
it
is, yeah.
alludes to something very vague.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, but we really have no frame of reference for what he's talking about. I mean, that's the first scene where we've even really seen Ray, talking on that level.
Mm-hmm.
So, Um, it's really like we have no idea what he even understands about any of the stuff that's happening or what he saw.
Yeah.
Like what has Philip maybe told him, or what does he know about any of this?
Yeah, yeah, maybe not much. Maybe that's yeah, maybe that'll be one of those things where he's just really, really out of his league.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I don't think
Mm-hmm.
Ray is the key to everything. No offense,
Yeah,
Ray.
not, but I mean, he could know a lot of, he could be privy to things. Like if Philip Jeffrey found out some crazy shit and told him some crazy shit.
True.
Um,
But he has the vibe of a character who, you know, wouldn't necessarily know that much,
mm-hmm.
you know. But who knows? He
Yeah.
did do pretty well against Evil Cooper
Mm-hmm.
with some help, but still.
Well, both sides have help. Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
true. True.
yeah, it's definitely strange. And are the Woodsmen just gonna be the real evil incarnate, or are they gonna have a real plan? Do they have a purpose? Do they have a life? Like, what's their life like when they're not doing this stuff? Or is this their only
Right.
existence? Are they the evil that men do? Did we create them?
Hmm.
Implicitly or explicitly with the bomb. Is the horror of war sort of there are penance for war, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, and it seems, I mean, at this point it doesn't seem like they can inhabit people. So I think that's an interesting
No.
thing.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like maybe they can help with habitation, but not yeah, do it themselves. At least
Yeah.
they don't seem to try.
Mm-hmm.
So um, yeah, that's interesting. Those are good questions, and it's just really, you know, it's up to the rest of the series to maybe help with them, however much they really want to tell us about that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I do think this episode has more details than I expected about the background mythology of
Mm-hmm.
these things happening, but at the same time, it's it's not 100% clear what it
Yeah.
all means, or even what's happening, just on a basic level.
Yeah. One of the things I meant to mention is that the scene of the nuclear atomic blast, the perspective that it had, and just the kind of way it looked, reminded me of like a Salvador Dali painting. Like Persistence of Time or whatever it's called.
Oh, hmm.
I don't know, just that idea again of like painting and uh, a canvas and images and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Surrealist stuff. But yeah, wow. I mean, Dido. Are we gonna get more Dido? What's her real? She seems like, in this context, I would expect her to be like an opera singer.
Hmm.
So is it gonna be over when she sings?
Uh-oh.
Is that a thing? Um, yeah, so many questions. Is that the giant's purpose? Is to make gold stuff come out? Did he lose something when that came out of him? Is are there more orbs? There was kind of other little smaller particles and things sort of moving in and out. Um,
Yeah.
is that coming from out of him? Did he? Is that, or is that more like he's facilitating a portal from another place to another place? And again, when the orb goes into the movie screen, it turns black and white, and then it turns gold again. And that's just the kind of
Right.
thing that I just is like just the best, because it's so extra weird.
Right.
It's weird enough for the orb to go into the thing. It's weird enough for it to turn black and white, but then it turns gold again.
Hmm.
Which is like, why did it turn black and white in the first place? If it was,
Mhm.
if it's always gold, if gold is so important, you know.
Yeah.
But I
Good
guess
question.
the answer is because dreams.
It is. It does go back to that a lot.
Mm-hmm. Will we see the boy and girl again? Yeah, I mean,
Good
I
question.
don't expect that this is. I feel like he's too old to be Leland, unless, um,
Yeah, I agree.
unless they're gonna change a bit or something. I mean, I would love to see Leland at the lake house or whatever, and old man Bob or whoever the guy was is
Hmm.
asking the kid, "You want to play with fire, kid?" Or
Yeah.
whatever, which is similar to God of Light.
Yeah, it
Yeah, I want
is.
to see him flick matches at little Leland.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, it does turn. One of the things that I got from rewatching Fire Walk with Me a couple times is that sense of in a way it plays like a 80s horror film where instead of a slasher it's like Bob, but it's very very
Hmm.
touches upon like Halloween or something like that, or Nightmare on Elm Street. um, but this whole backstory really takes it out of that. It really takes the story out of and you realize, oh, okay, there's a lot more going on than just this like psychological killer on the loose.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was just kind of the smallest like shadow, image of, this huge story.
Mm-hmm.
The tiniest hint, and I feel like we already saw a little bit of that in the original series where they kind of expand out from Bob to, the Black Lodge and all these other characters
Mm-hmm.
traveling there. Like that was a big step forward. And now they had already done it, like you said earlier in the series, but now we've really zoomed out, um, in terms of, saying like there's all sorts of forces at work here that are, above or at least like not the same as the ones we're familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is like, you know, it's just a whole world of strangeness going on.
What was hold your multiverse?
Yeah.
Um, who was that said the giant is known to us?
Mike said that.
Mike said that. That's right. Okay.
He is known to us.
He is known
Yeah.
to us.
Yeah.
So yeah, that brings that into some more context here. And it's
Definitely.
interesting how the giant was in the Black Lodge, and
He was there, yeah, and I
palling
feel like that
around the.
might have been a mistake, but they can probably say that, well, he could be there,
Mm-hmm.
you know. He doesn't have to be in his,
Well, that's the thing.
getaway home all the time.
We saw, in this series, we saw Cooper in the black and white world, and then he sort
Right.
of vanishes and dematerializes, back to the Black
Yeah.
Lodge or something. So
Yeah.
the giant can probably teleport or something like that, or maybe there's like a machine, a gold machine he can walk through or something, and he can get to it.
Right.
So I guess here's a question that people are probably asking is, do you think that this black and white world is the White Lodge, or do you think the White Lodge is yet to be seen?
Uh well, I guess what I would say is I think I think if there is a White Lodge, that we're gonna see,
Mm-hmm.
then um, yeah, then I think that's probably it.
Okay.
That's what I would say. I mean, there was no talking in this one, but he did talk backwards in the first scene
Mm-hmm.
there when he was actually talking. Um, and it's they kind of show it um, responding to Bob, with kind of uh, some kind of equal opposite, response. So I think it makes sense that this would be the White Lodge. I don't think it has to be, but I guess what I would say is like I'm not convinced we will see the White Lodge if this isn't the White Lodge.
Hmm. Yeah, I kind of feel like this isn't the White Lodge, and we'll see the White Lodge at the end. Like that'll
Oh
be our
yeah, they could do that.
that'll be
Okay,
our
okay.
re
At the end is an exception, but I
yeah.
guess yeah. I meant kind of more in the middle of the story.
Yeah, I mean, like that'll be our reward for all of this, is we finally, because
Right.
that's supposed to be the mythology, is you conquer your fear in the Black Lodge and then you get to the White Lodge. So I feel like we have yet to kind of follow a character on that journey,
All
and
the
I
way
feel like
through. Yeah,
Dale has to sort
true.
of do that. So maybe he will get Bob back to the Black Lodge. They'll have some sort of conflict resolution. Maybe over
Yeah.
a beer. Maybe it's just a big misunderstanding.
Right.
Because I was wondering why Bob didn't kill Cooper in the Black Lodge. I mean, I guess he didn't need to kill him if he trapped him there, but he
Yeah.
didn't seem to want to take his soul if he could have at the time.
Right.
And
Yeah.
because it made it seem like Cooper wasn't like a threat to him. Like once
Yeah.
he got him. I think he took his favorite toy Leland away from him. He got in the way of that, but
Yeah.
it wasn't like this, like Bob is the villain and Cooper's the hero and only one can survive. Now it's like
Right.
that because of Mr.
It is like that
C.
now. Yeah. True.
Yeah, but in terms of with Bob, like he's sort of beyond that kind of thing, which would kind of make sense to give um, Dale's side, the good Cooper side, a kind of higher force on his side. So not only are the Black Lodge entities helping, Cooper as he recovers himself, but you get the giant and this sort of Laura orb thing that could also be, the sort of equal match to Bob's orb thing.
Yeah.
And that would be interesting if we did see Laura in the Black Lodge fighting Bob somehow.
Mm-hmm.
She takes her face off, he takes his face off. It's a face off. That's what it's foreshadowing, that Laura's gonna have a face off. That's what that scene was
Wow.
about.
There you go.
There you go. See, but yeah, yeah. So anyway, the White Lodge. I do hope we see it. I mean, I would think this could be the White Lodge, except it doesn't have the kind of thing I would expect the White Lodge to have, which is that weirdness of the Black Lodge, the weird physics of it, the weird sort of infiniteness of it. I mean, it could be that, we only saw a couple rooms in this place. So, and again, like us seeing the exterior of the building also makes it seem like it's not the White Lodge, although
Yeah, that's
it
true.
was sort of a light colored thing. Can't tell what color it was exactly because it's black and white, but
Yeah.
at least visually you could say, oh, look, it's a White Lodge.
Right, 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 right.
But like the
Yeah,
interior.
yeah. I feel like they might tell us that. I don't think that's out of the question.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least like
But
this is connected with the White Lodge. Like
sure,
maybe this isn't
this is the
the
waiting
entire
room.
thing.
This is
Yeah,
like
exactly.
this is the theater. They'll be like, this is the theater, and that'll just be the
There you
answer.
go.
That's just the answer, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I would need to buy that because I feel like this can't be where your spirit goes, right? Come on.
Yeah. No,
You know,
yeah, yeah. I get what
um
you're saying as far as
yeah.
that goes.
And the whole purple place too, like why is it purple? Why is it purple water or is it the light is purple and it makes the water look purple? Or is everything just purple? Um, what I want to know what's in that water because that's a scary thought. Because our ocean is a
Yeah,
scary place on its own. I don't want to
very
know
true.
what Purple Place ocean is. You
Yeah.
know, and are these things aliens, or is that not a fitting description?
What things?
These entities. I mean, if they're not from
Yeah.
Earth, are they?
I mean, that's what I was saying. Like, I do feel like this is kind of David Lynch's presentation of the kind of alien ideas from the book.
Mm-hmm.
Because it does seem like they're aliens in the sense that they're not from Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Though it's not clear that they live on just another planet in the universe in some sense that and they use spacecraft to fly there from to
Mm-hmm.
Earth. I mean, it doesn't seem like it seems like they live in some kind of other dimension or something
Yeah.
um, that isn't necessarily just some other planet.
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess I feel like they're aliens in the sense they're not from Earth, but not aliens in the kind of flying saucer sense.
Yeah. Well, but that's that's the question, right? Like, are they human? Like, is Dido a human being who's just exists in this other place? Just like American Girl is presumably, is possibly, Ronette Pulaski or whatever. Like,
Right. Well,
who's
she said the thing outside was mother, right? That was her who said that,
yeah,
I think.
yeah, that was her.
So, if that was experiments, then that's getting a little terrifying.
Yeah, but that idea of mother again, I think like it's likely an abstract thing, right? And so mother is basically, the thing that created you or the
Oh
thing
yeah,
that's
I know.
responsible for your existence. So, I mean, it could be that she's calling it mother because it owns that place or something. Clearly it's not her real mother, you know, in
I
terms
hope
of like
not.
if she was human, it's not her human mother or anything like
Right.
that, I don't think.
Right.
Um, I don't really think Mother is the experiment, but we did see the
Okay.
experiment be, we did see it sort of in a more human form, sort of, human scale at least.
Right.
So it could bang on a door if it wanted to.
Yeah.
Um, but I'm not convinced that that's Mother.
It
But
was shown that it was behind Cooper in some sense.
mm-hmm.
So I think that connection seems there as well. I agree. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be that at all. But it seems like there's enough connection there that it's a reasonable theory.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You
for sure.
know.
And she could have called it Mother, but that's not the right thing to call it or something, or she's
Yeah.
mistaken or sort of like it's some sort of analogy or something.
Right. It was just an analogy.
It was just an analogy. Yeah, so that's the thing. I'm curious if these people are supposed to be humans who are just in a weird place, or are they actually, non-humans? They're aliens. Like their genetics would be different if they even have genetics.
Yeah, I don't think they're supposed to be humans. I mean, that's my impression at least. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't seem like, you know, it does. I guess it does seem like humans can somehow ascend to their level,
Mm-hmm.
but through various means. But yeah, I mean, they seem to have powers that humans don't have, and you know, they, I mean, they speak backwards. There's just a lot of things where it's like it's hard to, I don't know. It's hard to imagine them just being regular humans,
Well, I
and like
mean,
how
they
did they
could
get there? Like,
be. Well,
how could they be
yeah.
humans that didn't come from Earth?
Well, and it's
Did
funny you
they, or
mentioned
did
that.
they?
You mentioned that because I wanted to also say that the woodsman reminded me of the strangers from Dark City, especially in that way they're able to like hypnotize people, and
Oh
they
yeah,
kind of like literally descend and can levitate and stuff like that, and um, um, so what did you just ask me? What did you say? That how can they be regular humans? Oh
yeah,
no,
yeah,
you
yeah,
said
yeah.
where would they come from? Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. I mean, maybe they got through there some way. And maybe it's a thing where they have powers because of the place that they're at, or because of some position that they're in, or they were recruited for some function and given some, like Lost or something. They're the protector of whatever.
Right.
So now they have this power.
Yeah.
It could be a thing like that.
Yeah.
And depending on how long
Right.
this relationship and between our planet and their world has gone on, people, we have seen humans go to these other places, right? So it's
Yeah.
not unlikely that in the past humans could have gone to these places. You know, I you know I think it's I could see like the giant or something, a long time ago somehow getting to this world and finding that he's got some duty or something, and he's just sort of
Mm-hmm.
the warden of this place, and he once was human long ago or something,
Mm-hmm.
but maybe that distinction doesn't count now, um, but anyway,
Right.
I just
That could
the
be true.
yeah,
Yeah.
just the idea. I feel like the possibility is there,
Yeah, you're right.
because they don't go through, obviously, except for the woodsman. They don't like give them weird, facial features or prosthetics. They don't make them look like
Right.
aliens.
Yeah, yeah. That's true.
But yeah, anyway, I expected part 9, since it's basically the middle episode, part of the series, to be the craziest, the sort of midpoint to be the
Right.
craziest. So, I mean, this is
Good
pretty
luck.
crazy. Is it gonna go one level higher than this? For the next part, that would be interesting. Um,
It would be insane. I don't know if I can handle that, but I would absolutely watch it.
mm-hmm.
If they have that. I'm expecting things to somewhat go back to normal after this. I mean, I guess what I'm expecting for 9 is, um, maybe some more um, high points with the normal part of the story.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some kind of maybe
Yeah,
Dougie
I
finally
agree. I
fucking
think it'd
wakes
be
up.
high points of the other parts.
Yeah,
I think it'll be a
exactly.
bit before we come back to this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, they had to drop this in, and this might play a role. I mean, obviously, Evil Cooper waking up, the
Mm-hmm.
aftermath of that, he's gonna go to the farm or something, and some kind of confrontation, maybe Philip Jeffries is involved. Like, I feel like that stuff is coming. There's the whole thing with the FBI, and uh you know maybe the Laura Palmer diary investigation. I mean, maybe all those threads will start coming together, more so. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, they have to at some point, right? I mean, this
You
this uh,
know,
this season's not going on forever.
I just wanted to tie in together the idea of Josie being trapped in wood and the woodsman.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. Is I feel like there was also this idea that the log lady's husband was trapped in the
Mm-hmm.
log,
Mm-hmm.
and the log lady's husband was like some kind of woodsman, like a lumberjack, I guess.
Yeah.
Um, uh, and so like I guess that's another weird thing about the woodsmen, like the fact that they're woodsmen.
Mm-hmm.
Because the idea of a woodsman, I mean, that has like a really particular, you know, like it makes a kind of sense in Twin Peaks, in an area where
Mm-hmm.
logging and forests are like a fact of life,
Yeah.
you know. In New Mexico, in the desert,
Mm-hmm.
woodsman is a really weird thing to see, you know. So like, why are they woodsmen?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it
It's
it
bizarre.
makes me want to think like, oh, the woodsmen were created in the nuclear blast. That's why they're all charred up. Like it was like an accident. There was a traveling group of woodsmen from the Pacific
Oh God.
Northwest traveling
Oh my
through New
God.
Mexico, and the atomic blast,
Oh my God. Worst
changed them into
vacation
these
ever.
into these beings. Our best vacation ever.
Is
Um,
it good? Okay, maybe it's good.
that might be good for them. I don't know.
I don't know what it's
Um,
like, but yeah.
like I want to also have that idea, like not just potentially a portal was opened, but like maybe the bomb created them somehow
Right.
out of regular people or something. Like maybe they don't even know they're weird. Maybe they don't even know. It's one of
We're
those theories.
normal.
Exactly. Like maybe they they know that that's like they were in a blast or something, but they don't necessarily know that they're as weird as they come off to us. You know what I mean? It's one of those things when like people die or something and don't know they're ghosts. So maybe something weird like that, where
Right,
they kind of
right.
just think they're sort of normal, even though
This
they're
is what normal people do.
exactly. I'm smoking a cigarette like a normal person. Very
Oh,
very
I
close
gotta
to the
tell you.
Beetlejuice accent.
Definitely. I gotta tell you a little bit of trivia about the guy who plays like the maid woodsman, the one who talks.
Okay.
Um, he's like something he does a lot is like Abraham Lincoln impersonations.
Mm-hmm.
For like schools and like history centers and stuff like that. Like he'll dress up like Abraham Lincoln and
With his
you know
log cabin.
speak like Abraham Lincoln. And yeah, exact. Hey, that's what I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that girl, finds a penny, like it made that a little weird.
Yeah.
Like the fact that he's like kind of an Abraham Lincoln type, which is a weird figure for such a sinister presence.
Mm-hmm. So she sort of finds him. Or did he find her? He was in her path. He
Ooh,
was in her path.
uh-oh.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's weird. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, the woodsman. Yeah, what a weird character. But yeah, I do wonder. Yeah, you're right. That's a good point about the sort of imagery of the woodsman and all that stuff being applicable to the Twin Peaks area. But yeah, I do wonder if there's any specific, more wood related things. Again, the connecting to Josie, connecting to
Right.
the
Yeah.
log lady's
No, that's a good
husband. Like,
connection.
do they have wood powers?
Right. Right.
Or yeah, I don't know. But geez, there's so much. So many, again, too many mysteries.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We already had too many and now we have more too many.
The guy, when the woodsman is doing his poem over the radio, the scene with one of the random people in town in the mechanic's garage listening to the
Hmm.
radio reminded me of Lost Highway. You
I was
know,
thinking that too.
yeah, Pete working at the garage and the jazz coming
Right.
over the radio and all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, he hears Bill Pullman's like saxophone solo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a crazy scene. It's a crazy movie. Man.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
But
that's the other thing I
yeah,
wanted to say is what what is this scenario of the whatever the connection is between the atomic bomb going off and the woodsman et al. What does that how what is that? I don't know how to phrase it. How is that related, if at all, to subsequent nuclear tests and actual nuclear detonations?
right.
In Japan and all that stuff. I mean, are we supposed to think
Yeah, good question.
every time a bomb goes off, a portal opens,
Oh
a
God.
woodsman
Oh
gets its
God.
wings or something
No,
every
I was
time?
just gonna say something like that. Oh God. That's horrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Now I can fly again better. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. Did it just happen the first time for some reason,
Mm-hmm.
or is it just being amplified every time it was used? I mean, are we headed for some kind of crazy allegory about like nuclear disarmament or something?
Oh
I mean,
no.
I mean, like how, you know what I mean? I'm putting that at the origin
Mm-hmm.
just invites some kind of commentary,
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I wonder how far they're going to take that.
Do you think the
I
woodsmen
would,
want all the nukes to go off or something? Destroy the planet or something? Or
oh God, that's interesting.
I mean, it's a long con if that's their goal,
Yeah,
but yeah, maybe something like maybe we're just what you were kind of saying, like maybe we're going to cycle back to another version of this nuclear bomb idea. Um, so maybe that'll be
right.
a potential thing that could happen, or they'll talk about it, but it won't actually happen, sort of a thing. But yeah, I wonder if yeah, you're right. I wonder if they're gonna connect this nuclear bomb to sort of the modern times. Because we do have the military involved in the story.
True, true. The
Uh,
Pentagon, they're all in
mm-hmm.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe if you nuke the convenience store, they can get sent back to their home planet or something. I don't know.
Oh man, that would be crazy.
That's all they want. They just want to go home.
Just want to go home.
But and the other thing I want to say about the girl being potentially Sarah Palmer is it would explain why she's so weird.
Was she weird?
She was always weird.
Mm-hmm.
Now
Oh,
it
you
could
mean
be
you mean
because
Sarah Palmer or the girl?
Sarah Palmer. The girl was seem
Oh
normal.
yeah, yeah. Sarah
But
Palmer was definitely weird.
yeah, that's what I mean. It would explain why, Now, another explanation is her husband was secretly molesting her daughter while drugging her. That'll
Right.
drive you weird. But
Sure, sure, sure.
otherwise, yeah, I wonder if that's why she's so weird, and also maybe that's why she can see Bob.
Oh, the
That's why
bug thing you
she.
mean.
Yeah, the
Right.
bug thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that's interesting. Yeah, and she had some powers too. Like she had
Mm-hmm.
some kind of weird psychic, connection. Like she had the vision of Jacoby burying the
Mm-hmm.
necklace,
That was
and
like
that
remote
was
viewing. She had like a remote viewing power.
she did remote viewing. Yeah, absolutely. That
Yeah.
was impressive. And then in the series finale, she's able to like channel
Mm-hmm.
the man from another place, like and like allow him to speak through her to Major Briggs, something like that. I mean, that's
Oh, is that who
you
you think
know,
that was?
yeah. I mean, I agree. It's not 100%. I mean, it was clearly someone.
Mm-hmm.
It was someone from the Black Lodge,
Yeah.
who was with Cooper, and who wanted to contact Briggs. And I
Yeah.
guess like when they cut back, the voice you hear when they actually are back in the Black Lodge and you can hear the voice more clearly, that's what
Mm-hmm.
it sounds like to me.
It does, like, it
Um,
definitely, yeah, you're right. It like transitions sort of into his voice. I did think
yeah,
for a while I thought it was
he says,
Annie.
"I'm waiting for you."
Yeah, I thought it was Annie until I really paid attention and I was like, oh no, it shouldn't be Annie. Then I thought it was Wyndham Earl. Because he would have the most, I think, motivation to contact Briggs about that. Um,
Right.
because, his goal was to get to the Black Lodge, and Briggs knows about that, and it would be kind of Earl sort of gloating or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're the nail in the coffin is that weird transition where the voice changes, and it's clearly the man from another place. But why the man from
Yeah.
another place would want to tell Briggs that, I don't know. And Briggs apparently, I mean, and I guess that'll be interesting too, is if in this series they tell us what Briggs did with that information.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe that prompted him into whatever he ends up doing with Mr. C and all that stuff, or because that's, Briggs is such a great character. It'd be great to, hearing that warning message or whatever, if he was called into, if he was like, well, that's very interesting, I'm going to go to bed now, or if he's like, oh shit, I gotta like go do something to help,
Right.
He
Right.
clearly
Yeah.
didn't tell the authorities.
No.
And I guess, once Cooper comes out of the Black Lodge, maybe he thinks things are different, or he,
Yeah.
is unaware of, that's not the real Cooper or something.
Yeah. And it seems he was killed shortly after in the future somehow. So yeah.
Yeah, shortly after the '90s, he was killed in the 2000s.
However that worked.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I think we covered everything and explained all the mysteries. And
Pretty
I think
much.
we left no stone unturned. Except I still want to
Yeah.
see the exact room Cooper was in the black and white place. I mean, we saw the phonograph or whatever,
Yeah.
but I want to see where were they sitting? Is that the same carpet? It does look like the same carpet because it was a weird
Yeah.
swirly kind of
Really
pattern.
weird carpet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean maybe it's gonna be like the Bells where they have a phonograph like in another room and that'll be the one. Um
The
because yeah, it doesn't seem
bells.
like that's exactly the same room. Yeah, the bell, the sort of bell device machine alarm things, the
Oh,
giant bell
unless you meant like
shaped.
Alexander Graham Bell.
Oh, okay.
Like, thought you were saying like he's like he's gonna talk into one end and it'll come out the other end or something. That's why I had to ask you what you meant.
That is an
'Cause
interesting interpretation. No, 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 no. I was just saying, like you were saying we saw more than one of those in like
uh-huh.
different places,
So
So
you think
I was saying,
he's swanky enough to have two phonographs? Two?
I think so.
That's a lot of
He might
swank.
have three.
That's a lot of swank.
Too much swank.
That's swankified.
I don't know. I wouldn't underestimate the giant swank.
Yeah, but just it's a very minimalist environment. It's very sparse, and historically, who's gonna have two phonographs? Really?
Right.
That's like having two TVs in the 50s.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's a large place, I mean, you might want to listen to something in a different area,
You
and
move that phonograph room to room, Ben.
it's not convenient, it's not really portable.
It's the
Just saying.
20s. Convenience is a whole different thing that back then. Which calls into question, is he saying the future? I mean, we assume this is happening contemporaneously, but I don't know. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Yeah. I feel like there's probably no way to tell with that, just because I mean they've already established like that with the Black Lodge, like the way time works compared to the real world is so like fluid and confusing that I guess I feel like it's uh, like what could be true is that the Lorb like went to 1973 or whatever it should have been for Laura Palmer to be born.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe that's why I have to go through the machine. That's like a time machine.
I don't. Yeah, sure. Like I don't think that's out of the question at all.
And yeah,
but,
that'll. Oh, go ahead.
Like as for when it's actually taking place, like I feel like that is kind of amorphous.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, if that golden tube thing is some sort of time machine, at the very least, it's some sort of transmutation device or something similar to that. I'm just thinking, time. What's related to time? Music. So it looks like it looks like an instrument, looks like a musical instrument. So there's that idea of time.
Sure. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
It's a time bassoon.
Oh man.
The space-time bassoon.
The space-time bassoon. Thank you. Yeah, great band name. Yeah, wow. Well, okay, we could ask a billion more questions, but
there are plenty more, and as the podcast goes forward, I'm sure we'll come
Why
back
was
to
it
this
part
stuff.
frog and part bug?
That added to the list.
Oh, geez.
Those legs, man, those back legs were disturbing.
Yeah, it had like frog back legs, but then it had
they were
like
so meaty
insect front legs.
Yeah.
And then the insect thorax and wings like a locust or like a grasshopper, but also a frog.
Yeah.
And what's it gonna do when it gets inside of her?
Yeah. Good
is
question.
it gonna lay an egg and then leave? Is it gonna turn into? Is it gonna cocoon into something else? Or wow, Bob, wow.
Wow.
All right, well, we'll be back next time with whatever crazy shit they dream up next. Fasten your seatbelts. If they're not already fastened, you probably have fallen out of the car by now. But fasten them up tighter, because I think it's only going to get crazier. It's completely beyond my wildest expectations of what I thought more Twin Peaks would be. It's wow. Bob, wow.
Totally agree. I can't wait to see where this is going.
All right, until next time. See you later.
All right, see you later.